Hello, good morning, and welcome to the newsroom. We're broadcasting to you from our studios in Georgetown, all across the country, and on our social media pages. I'm Neil Marks, and today we're giving you comprehensive coverage of elections 2025. 757,690 Guyanese are registered to vote in these elections. 2,790 polling stations have been set up all across the country by the Guyana Elections Commission, the authority running these elections. We will bring you coverage from across the country as the voting process unfolds. Of course, staff of the Elections Commission are already in place at the polling stations across the country, setting up for the beginning of vote, which starts at 6. Our reporters are at strategic locations across the country to bring you this coverage. We begin this morning with Kurt Campbell, who is on the West Demerara, where President Irfan Ali, who's seeking a second term in office, will vote at the Lenora Primary School. Kurt begins our coverage at the Demerara Harbour Bridge, and then he will make his way down the West Demerara to check on the voting process. Kurt.
Thank you so much, Neil. This is our live coverage of E-Day, Election Day, all across Guyana. And we are coming to you live from Region 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara. We're at the western approach to the Demerara Harbour Bridge, and we will be going all the way up along the west coast of Demerara to Parika, and we will also be bringing you coverage from the west bank of Demerara all throughout the day today. Political parties wrapped up their campaigning, making last-minute pledges, promises and pitches to voters over the weekend. And now it's time for serious business. All eyes turn to the Guyana Elections Commission for conducting and running off the general and regional elections in Guyana today. GECOM hosting a press conference on Sunday and assuring the citizenry and the entire country that everything is in place for the smooth running of voting and polling today across Guyana. We will be observing that process in Region 3 today. Myself and Shatan and Anood from the newsroom will be observing that process in this Region 3 district today. We have colleagues in other regions, but importantly in Region 3, President Dr. Irfan Ali and his wife Arya Ali will cast their votes in Region 3 today, and we will be on site to bring you the voting by the president at Lenora today. But just like other international observers who've been invited to Guyana, the newsroom will be observing that process, as I said. In Region 3 specifically, there are some over 200,000 persons registered to vote in Region 3, with some 200 polling stations all across the region. Specific for Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, there are 407 polling stations with 111,876 voters registered. There are some sub-districts in this Region 3 district. For sub-district 1, Essequibo Islands, Essequibo River, there are 54 polling stations with 8,627 voters. Another sub-district 2, St. Lawrence and Cornelia Ida, 147 polling stations with 48,142 voters registered in that district. And the final sub-district in Region 3, Hague Creek, we have 205 polling stations with 60,107 registered voters. So just to give you the total again, over 200,000 voters in Region 3 and over 200 polling stations. Region 3 is in fact one of the more populated regions, and we will be keeping a close eye on this region. Already we have been seeing images coming in from across this region, but from across the country, of GECOM officials preparing for the prompt opening of polls at 6 a.m. this morning, not just in Region 3, but all across the country. Polls will open at 6 a.m. and already GECOM workers are on the ground collecting the ballot box and other statutory documents from the secure locations where they were transported from the end of last week and over this weekend and kept at secure locations. The deputy presiding officers uplifting those ballot boxes and documents and taking them to the specific polling places. How the Guyana elections is done, persons are required to vote in the area where they are registered. GECOM has made it absolutely easy for persons to find out where they are voting. Persons can still go online, still follow the Guyana Elections Commission page, and they can search for their particulars or search using their identification number to know exactly where you are voting in these elections. All Guyanese over the age of 18 are eligible to vote in these elections once you are registered. And again, once you go online, you could find where your polling station is. Even as we keep an eye on voting today, looking particularly at the voter turnout, the discipline services already voted on August 27. Those votes will be taken to specific locations today and intermixed for counting. That's once polls close at 6 p.m. today. But even as we keep an eye on voting today, we want to take a look back on what happened in 2020, specific for Region 3. We saw the People's Progressive Party Civic winning this region in 2020 with just about 65% of the votes and securing 2 parliamentary seats from this region. The APNU coming in second, securing just about 35% of the votes in this region and securing 1 seat in the National Assembly. The People's Progressive Party already saying that they are looking for a larger win in this region. Today is a national holiday. The voter turnout in 2020 was just about 72% for the entire country. Region 3 was actually on par with that voter turnout across the region, averaging somewhere around 72% also. Those figures specific to tabulation, voter turnout will not be known until the close of polls. But with today being a national holiday, we are expecting to see large number of citizens turning out to the polls today from very early in the morning. I know there are some persons who prefer to vote early in the morning. Already we've noticed persons driving by. The road is very busy. Just about 5:17 now in the morning, the road is very busy. Interestingly, we noticed someone in a car ringing a bell, and already, it's not even 6 o'clock as yet, but already inviting persons to come out to cast their ballots for their preferred political party and to participate in this electoral process. So once again, E-Day in Guyana, all citizens above the age of 18 are eligible to vote. They have to vote in the area where they are registered to vote. You could find that out by going online and searching using your identification number or your particulars if you've not done so as yet to find out where you're voting. This process here today is in the hands of the Guyana Elections Commission. GECOM assuring us that all systems are in place for a smooth running of these elections. Political party agents are in place to observe what will happen at polling places. International observers have been invited by the government from the Commonwealth, from CARICOM, from OAS, but not just international observers. We also have our local bodies from the private sector and other entities observing the process here in Guyana. The newsroom will be bringing you live coverage, not only from Region 3, but from across the country, comprehensive coverage of polling day. And once polls close, we will also be following the tabulation process very closely to bring you those results. The highlight of Region 3 today is the voting by the incumbent president, Dr. Irfan Ali, and his wife at Lenora. I will hand you back to Neil for now, but as I said, we will continue to travel along the the Region 3 district, along the West Bank, along the West Coast, to bring you coverage of what's unfolding today, E-Day, in Guyana.
Thank you very much, Kurt. This is our live coverage of elections 2025. We begin our coverage this early because before polls open at 6 a.m., there's a lot happening in the 2,790 polling stations across the country. I just want to tell you what is happening exactly at this point in time. The most important person at the polling station right now is a man or a woman called the presiding officer. They're in charge of their polling station. There are a number of things that they have to do before polls open. So the first thing that the presiding officer has to do is to open the ballot box in the presence of polling day staff and party agents. Now, party agents are persons who have been identified by the 6 political parties contesting these elections. They're there to observe the process to ensure that everything goes well and comment back to their party superiors on how things are going. There's a manual that all elections day staff were given so that they can follow it step by step to ensure that the process goes smoothly and according to law. So yes, the first thing they do is to open the ballot box. It's usually a clear container in the presence of polling day staff and the party agents. Then they will show all the persons present that the ballot box is empty. Then they will seal the ballot box with a yellow plastic seal. Party agents may record the number on the seals. Then they will show the booklets of ballots to the polling day staff and the party agents. That book is the stack of ballot papers, which they will later hand out individually to voters as they coming to the polling station. Then they will place the ballot box in plain view of persons inside the polling station for ballots to be deposited in it. They will place all necessary materials, including the official list of electors, the indelible link, ballots, etc., at the appropriate places. By now, those should have been set up in the polling stations. They will place a pencil in the voting compartment to enable voters to mark their ballots. Then they will ensure that the placement of the voting compartment guarantees the voter to vote in secret. So no one can see exactly where the person is placing their X. Then the presiding officer has to ensure that seating arrangements are in place for the physically challenged, and then the polling station will open at 6. And this is the process that has to be followed at every single polling station if the process is to go according to law. And as I said, the party agents are in place to make sure that that happens, and to, there are a number of people in the polling stations to say, this process has to be followed or that process has to be followed to ensure that everything goes smoothly. So we can now turn to Vishani Raghuber, who is at Plaisance East Coast Demerara. That is the place where Aubrey Norton, the opposition leader, the leader of APNU, will vote in these elections at the opening of polls. Vishani?
Good morning, viewers, and thank you for staying with us. We're reporting to you live now from the Plaisance Secondary School, which of course is in Plaisance on the east coast of Demerara. Now, we've been here since after 4 o'clock this morning, about 4:15, 4:20 this morning. And since then, we've been observing just behind me, GECOM staff, polling day staff in place, getting the polling place and polling stations prepared for persons to come and vote this morning. Already we have about 4 persons in line waiting to vote, and there's still about half an hour left before polls are officially open. But there's just about 4 individuals already here waiting to vote. Since we've been here, we noticed that some of them walked here. One person came on a bicycle, another person rode on a motorbike, and they're here getting ready to cast their ballot. Of course, this Plaisance polling station, the Plaisance Secondary School, the Plaisance polling place, is just one of many polling places all across Region 4. Region 4, of course, has the largest number of voters in today's general and regional elections, as Region 4 is the most populated region of Ghana. They're just about 323,000, just over that number, registered voters in this region. Now, just to give you a sense of what happens, we heard from persons on the ground here that GECOM staff came here at just about 3 hours. They started coming, and then more staff came after that. They've been coming in, preparing the polling stations for the persons who are here to vote. Already on the road, you can see behind me, there are several persons here eagerly waiting to vote. They're already here in line, getting ready to vote. Of course, the Plaisance Secondary School is one of 2,760 polling stations all across the country. And overall, there are about 690 voters. That's 757,690 registered voters all across the country. We see a few of them already here, but of course, as the day goes on, more persons will be coming out to vote. It appears as though, with the police presence and the GECOM staff here, they're almost ready to start the process here at the Plaisance Secondary School. We are expecting that the presidential candidate for the Partnership for National Unity, APNU, Mr. Aubrey Norton, we are expecting that he will be here to vote shortly. And we will be bringing you live coverage from other polling places all across the East Coast, all across Region 4, and all across the country, in fact, as my colleagues have found out, all across the country. So I'm Vashani Ragbre. I've been joining you from the Plaisance Secondary School, where we're waiting on polls to open, and where I'm telling you that GECOM staff have been here, they've been doing their work, and they are getting ready for voting to start promptly at 6 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Vashani. Vashani Raghuber reporting there for us as we continue our live coverage of elections 2025. 6 parties are registered to vote in these elections. Of course, the incumbent People's Progressive Party, with Dr. Irfan Ali seeking a second term in office. Then we have the Partnership for National Unity, which is headed by Aubrey Norton. And then there is the Alliance for Change with Nigel Hughes seeking office as president. There's the We Invest in Nationhood Party, headed by Azruddin Mohammed. The ALP, the Assembly of Liberty and Prosperity Party, headed by the former APNU Minister Simona Brooms. And then there's the Forward Guyana Movement with Amanza Walton Desir seeking the office of president, she being, of course, a former member of parliament for APNU, more so its PNC arm, which is the largest party in the coalition. As I said, there are 2,790 police stations set up all across the country, and they will open for voting at 6 a.m., including at the Eckles Nursery School, where the win candidate, Azruddin Mohammed, is expected to vote as soon as polls open. We have over there Isanella Patwa.
Thank you, Neil. Good morning, everyone tuned in to the newsroom. My name is Isanella Patwa, and I'm coming to you. Yes, I'm coming to you live from the Eckles Nursery School polling place, which means that there are several polling stations here. So we're currently at the location where the presidential candidate for a new political party, We Invest in Nationhood, Win Azruddin Mohammed, is expected to cast his ballot. We see here that staff of the Guyana Elections Commission are already setting up and preparing for the opening of polls, which is just about half an hour away at 6 a.m. Already, a few persons came to the polling place to find out if they are registered to vote here. We see also an information desk or a help desk set up to help persons find where they can cast their ballots today, but also for persons who cannot make it down here, they can check on the GECOM website to find out where they are registered to vote and where they can find their polling stations. This region, Region 4, is the largest populated voting district in the country with just over 300,000 registered voters registered to vote in these elections. Overall, over 750,000 persons are registered to vote in these elections. We will continue to bring you more updates. Currently, there is no persons lined up outside of this polling place to vote. But as throughout the day, it is expected that persons will come and cast their ballots. We will continue to bring you more updates from this location as well as other locations all across the country and voting districts. And thank you, Neil.
This is our live coverage of elections 2025. Now, on Sunday, the Chief Elections Officer, Vishnu Prasad, gave the media a rundown of what will take place today, and he said that GECOM has all systems in place to ensure free, fair, and credible elections are held today. We can now go to his comments.
We, at this time, are fully prepared to conduct the general and regional elections tomorrow. And this position is bolstered by feedback that we asked for and received from the returning officers even today, that everything is in place for the conduct of these elections. The packing of ballot boxes were completed in the presence of accredited political party agents from all contesting parties. The process was conducted according to statute and procedures in an ordinary and amicable atmosphere, again involving the political stakeholders, reflecting the spirit of cooperation among GECOM and the stakeholders. Distribution of materials is well underway. Trucks have left the GECOM compound over the past few days. Ballot boxes, ballots, and other supplies have been pre-positioned across the country to be distributed within adequate time for the opening of the poll at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. In some areas, materials have already been transported by river and by air to ensure, and this has to do with our riverine, deep riverine and hinterland communities, that these polling stations too are fully equipped for the timely opening of the poll. Election readiness statistics. 757,690 registered voters across the country's 10 administrative regions are set to vote to elect candidates from 6 contesting parties. 2,790 polling stations will be operational across all 10 regions to facilitate the voting. A total of 13,925 polling day staff have been trained. 11,718 staff were employed. These staff have been trained to ensure consistency, transparency, and professionalism throughout the implementation of their respective tasks. The Guyana Police Force will deploy approximately 8,700 officers to maintain order during the electoral process on election day and beyond. Election observation will be conducted by approximately 500 local observers and about 200 international observers to contribute to transparency and credibility of the elections. Safeguards will include the involvement of accredited political party agents, observers, and candidates from their respective political parties. Usually emphasis is not placed on these people. Candidates, there is provision for the accreditation of candidates by district, candidates to the poll who can go into any polling station to observe the poll, candidates to the count who clearly has authority to be in a tabulation center.
The Chief Elections Officer Vishnu Prasad speaking there Sunday at a press conference at GECOM headquarters, assuring that the secretariat which he runs has everything in place for the smooth running of the polls today. Now, a number of local and international observers are checking on today's process. They have covered the campaign and they are in place to look at the elections day process. Among them is the Commonwealth Observer Group. There are 11 of them headed by the former Foreign Minister of Tonga in the Pacific. I spoke with her on Sunday. So thank you very much for your time. The Commonwealth has been doing these observer missions for 4 to 5 years. I wondered if you could talk to me first about why these missions are important.
Yes. The Commonwealth has undertaken these missions for 45 years in 45 countries, and specifically with Guyana, this is the 8th mission that the Commonwealth Observer Group has undertaken. These missions are really important to ensure that democratic principles are followed. And there is also transparency in the processes, and the Commonwealth supports. It's not only the election itself, but the whole election process. So the preparations leading to the elections, the observing of the elections, and then of course there will be a report issued by the observer group, and then a set of recommendations will be included in that report for follow-up by the government.
Can you tell me what are the principles that guide observer missions like yours?
Yes, so it's of course it's important that we encourage everybody to participate in the voting, because that is a right of every citizen to decide the leadership in the country. And then secondly, in terms of political parties being able to have the freedom to hold their campaigns. And then there's the institutional arrangements by the government, by GECOM, and of course that's also backed up by the legal framework for the elections.
So when you go about your work, what sort of principles do you operate by as observers?
So obviously the Commonwealth, but we also look at how the issues that we're looking at or the issues that we're observing also line up with the domestic laws as well.
So what would you be looking for in these elections?
Leading up to the elections, we hold consultations with all the stakeholders. So that includes all the presidential candidates, as well as civil society representatives from civil society, representatives from academic institutions, other international observer groups, but also engaging with the government at the highest political level, and also with GECOM.
And during the elections, what things will you be looking for? What are you trying to establish as an observer group?
So our observers have gone out to the regions that we are covering. So they will look at accessibility, that on the transparency of like all the signage, and then also they will be observing when people come in to place their votes, that people are freed and they're not influenced in any way when they do cast their ballot.
So then, what is your hope for these elections in Guyana and the way that they are run?
So, the hope is that the elections will be run in a fair and transparent manner, and the observers will report back on what they have observed during the voting period.
Why do we need observers? Can we do without them?
I think our presence here has been at the invitation of the government of Guyana. So in some sense, it's also important that the credibility of the process and the outcome is also supported or agreed by independent observers. You have the domestic, because there's I guess each of the main political parties will have their own observers on the ground, but it's also important that the election process also gets some credibility at regional, because we also have CARICOM and OAS observers on the ground, and then the wider international community with the European Union and the Commonwealth Secretariat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is the newsroom with our live coverage of elections 2025. We can go over to Vishani Raghuveer at Plaisance, where the leader of APNU, Aubrey Norton, has made his way to the polling station before voting begins at 6 a.m.
Good morning again. I'm coming to you once more from the Plaisance Secondary School here at Plaisance on the east coast of Demerara. We're just about ready. There's about 15 minutes to go before persons will be allowed to go in and vote. As you can see here, there's already a queue, but notably there's the presidential candidate for the Partnership for National Unity, APNU, Mr. Aubrey Norton. He's there dressed in a green shirt. That's the person you see standing there. And he's ready to cast his ballot. Now joining him, there's several persons already here, eagerly standing just in front of the gate, getting ready to go inside so that they can cast their ballot this morning. Of course, it is elections day. It is E-Day, the day of Ghana's general and regional elections. This year, 2025. The Plaisance Secondary School is one of 2,760 polling stations all across the country. And as I mentioned before, and as my colleagues have been sharing before, there are over 757,000 registered voters, and you see a handful of them here already getting ready to cast their ballot. And of course, one individual here with them is the presidential candidate for the Partnership for National Unity, Aubrey Norton. We notice also in the line there's also a former president of the Georgetown Chamber of Commerce and Industry. If I'm not, no, my apologies. That would be the former head of the CDC, Mr. Kester Craig. He's in line, getting set to cast his ballot. He's in line with several other residents of Plaisance, and of course, Mr. Norton there standing just in front of the gate, getting ready to cast his ballot. Of course, inside, we've been here since after 4 o'clock, and inside we have been noticing GECOM staff getting the space ready for voting to commence. We've also noticed police officers here. Of course, there are over 8,000 police officers fanning out all across the country today. And we've also noticed 2 Commonwealth observers making their way inside just moments ago, as noted yesterday by the Chief Election Officer, Mr. Vishnu Persad. There are over 200 international observers here in Guyana for these elections, joining the 500 plus local observers who will all be fanning out across the country today. Here at the Plaisance Secondary School, we saw 2 members from the Commonwealth Observer team, and we noticed we saw police officers inside and GECOM staff getting the polling stations ready for voting, and it is expected to start promptly at 6 o'clock.
You are looking at images of the presidential candidate of APNU, Aubrey Norton, already in place to cast his ballot at the Plaisance Secondary School there. And the other candidates are doing the same thing, and we will bring you live coverage as we see them at the polling places. Now, on Sunday, the chairman of the Elections Commission urged stakeholders to ensure that there's a peaceful conduct of today's voting process. She appealed to all to embrace the urgent need for peace and calm throughout the electoral process. She said elections are regarded as the cornerstone of our democracy, a time for the expression of the people's will, and this expression must occur in an atmosphere free from intimidation, misinformation, and unrest. The chairman of the Elections Commission said every citizen, every political party, every observer, and every media house has a crucial role to play in contributing to the peaceful conduct of these elections. She said to let us remember that our collective commitment to peace is the bedrock upon which a credible and transparent electoral outcome will be built. Please, she urged, be assured that all systems are in place for the efficient and transparent conduct of the elections. Now, parties have been campaigning for the last couple of months leading to this day when citizens will cast their vote. Now, there's a lot of work involved in today's exercise by political parties. On Sunday, I spoke with Barrett Jagdeo, the General Secretary of the PPP. Mr. Jagger, thank you very much for talking with me. Obviously, you've had a very long campaign, a very hard-fought campaign. Tell me about the work that you have left.
So right now we are focusing on the logistics of getting people to the polling place, getting them to vote, and ensuring that the vote is done openly, transparently, freely, and then having those votes counted also openly and transparently, and hopefully having an early declaration.
This work to get people out, is it a lot of work?
It is a lot of work. You see a lot about the political campaign. Many people see the speeches, they see the rallies, the meetings, the press conferences, the interviews. But behind all of this is an army of activists who are working on the ground, taking the messages to people's homes and also preparing what is crucial for the success at any election. So that is getting your polling agents trained, the street captains trained, the tent operators trained, people who will cook the food for your polling agent. All of that is behind the scene work that is vital to the success of any election. And I want to thank those people because often they're not the public face of the campaign. They are the quiet workers, and there are large numbers of them. And their role sometimes goes unheralded.
Do you get the sense that people are aware by now of where they have to go to vote, or do you still have to do some of that?
Yes, we set up a hotline, so we're getting calls, not as many as before, because we have done quite a bit of work on the ground. But the hotline is still assisting people to find their names on the voters list. And hopefully if they have problems on election day, we will also be able to help navigate through those problems. So we're getting, I should say, a sizable amount of calls, but not overwhelming the system. And then there are lots of people who want to go back home and vote. For example, they may have moved to Region 3. They need assistance to get back to 6. We're helping with that too. So they can call into Freedom House, and we've been helping them to get back home to vote.
Can you tell me what would your polling agents be looking for in tomorrow's vote?
Well, first of all, the presiding officers have a crucial role to play because they're in charge of the polling places. So what we expect is people who are on the list, who are eligible to vote, that they are allowed to vote freely and in a very efficient manner. And our polling agents would be there to oversee that, to see that only those who are eligible to vote on at these elections.
Mr. Jagger, thank you very much. This is the newsroom, and we have live coverage of elections 2025. Polls are just about to open. Voting begins at 6 a.m. Just how should you vote? This reminder was posted by the Guyana Elections Commission.
How to vote. Having been identified as the voter you claim to be, you will be given a ballot paper that is stamped at the back on the top section as well as the bottom section in your presence. On the ballot paper, provision is made for you to vote twice. Once at the top section where you vote for the general election and once at the bottom section where you vote for the regional election. Look for the name and symbol of the party of your choice in the top section of the ballot paper and mark your X in the empty box next to the party's symbol. Then look for the name and symbol of the party of your choice in the bottom section and mark your X in the empty box next to the party's symbol. After you have voted, fold the ballot paper as shown by the election official, dip the first joint of your right index finger in the ink provided, then place the ballot paper in the ballot box. You will then have to peacefully depart the polling station. For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
As we continue our live coverage of elections 2025, we can go to Kurt Campbell, who is over at Lenora, where President Irfan Ali will vote today.
Thank you very much, Neil, providing some very pertinent information there from studio to support our live coverage here this morning in the field of voting across Guyana. We are in District 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, to bring you live coverage of what is unfolding in the region today. Presently, we are at the Lenora Technical and Vocational Center, where in a matter of hours from now, we will witness the voting by the presidential candidate of the incumbent People's Progressive Party Civic, President Dr. Irfan Ali, and his wife will vote at this polling place this morning. Just to give you a rundown of what's happening here, already we are seeing some voters in line, some early voters in line, just 5 minutes out from the opening of polls all across Guyana here this morning. Police presence also on the ground, officials from the Guyana Elections Commission here this morning. The polling place seems ready and prepared for the opening of polls at 6 a.m. here this morning. We did notice some polling agents from political parties already have taken their seats to observe the process here at the Lenora Technical and Vocational Center. As I said, President Dr. Irfan Ali and his wife will vote here later this morning. This specific polling place has four polling sites, and you will see this repeated across the country, where singular polling places would have more than one polling sites at the polling place. So what they've done is to break up this specific area into 4 so that there will be an easier flow. Voters, once they arrive here, they can check their names on the official list of electors. There's GECOM staff here to direct them to the specific polling site that they will need to go to. As I said, a singular polling place, but 4 polling sites. A rundown of the voting process, not only here at the Lenora Technical Institute, but what persons can expect across Guyana is once the elector arrives, the elector would have to present their ID and identify themselves to the election official. Once that is done, and just to note, if in the event that the person does not have identification, that does not bar the person from voting, that person can in fact vote. GECOM has put in place a folio with pictures of that person. They will have to do a sworn oath of identity and they will be allowed to vote. But the first process for the elector this morning, once they have arrived at polling stations, is really to identify themselves and provide their identification. Their name will be checked on the list, on the official list of elector, and their fingers also, importantly, will be checked for marking to ensure that they have not voted before. In these elections, it's one vote, one person, and once you voted, your finger should be inked. So your finger will be checked after your name is checked on the official list of elector and your identification is confirmed. That elector will be given a ballot. That ballot will be stamped and they will be allowed to vote at the polling place once they're registered there. Important to note this morning is that GECOM has put in place a arrangement to protect what we have referred to as the secrecy of the ballot, where no phones will be allowed in polling places. We saw here this morning signs posted reminding persons that no phones will be allowed in polling places this morning. And also GECOM is imposing the 200-yard restriction, where persons are not allowed to interfere, engage, harass electors within 200 yards of a polling station. So as I said, we're now just 1 minute out from the opening of polls. We'll continue to bring you live coverage across the region here in District 3 today. We're at the Lenora Technical Institute Institute, where President Dr. Irfan Ali and his wife will vote later this morning. As you can observe, voters arriving even as we speak to you right now, and being greeted by election officials, checking their name, and they will go through the entire process once polls open at 6 a.m. here this morning. So I'll hand you back to Neil, and we will continue to bring you coverage across Region 3.
Thank you very much, Kurt. And we move now to the East Bank of Demerara at Eckles, where the presidential candidate for the We Invest in Nationhood Party, Azruddin Mohammed, is getting set to vote.
Good morning again. I'm going to bring you live coverage from the Eckles Nursery School polling place, where the presidential candidate for a new political party, We Invest in Nationhood, Win, just arrived to cast his ballot. And it is now 6 a.m. and we see now that the polling stations are being opened for voters to cast their votes. Just a few moments ago, the presidential candidate for We Invest in Nationhood, Win, Azruddin Mohammed, arrived here to cast his ballot. There is a number of persons here already lined up, as well as the candidate for the We Invest in Nationhood, Win, Azruddin Mohammed, who just joined the line at a polling station here at the Eckles Nursery School in Voting District 4, which is also a Sub-District 1, East Bank, Demerara. So we just saw there a minute ago where polls promptly opened at 6 a.m. and will officially close at 6 p.m. If electors are still in the line at 6 p.m., all of them will be allowed to vote no matter how long it takes. So what happens is at 6 p.m., the presiding officer counts the voters in the line, takes the name of the last voter, and instructs the police officer who is stationed at that polling station to record their name and stand behind them. This means that when this happens, it means that no one can join the line to vote at that polling station. On election day, which is happening today, September 1st, 2025, electors can check the official list of electors at the various polling stations, as well as check the Ghana Elections Commission GECOM website to know where they are registered to vote. To be eligible to vote in these elections, citizens must be 18 years and older, and the process includes when a registered voter arrived at a polling station, they must present their national ID card, a driver's license, or a passport. However, if they don't have either of those, they can't vote by taking an oath of identity. Proxy voting is also allowed. And all right, thank you very much for joining us here at the Eckles Nursery School, where there are a number of polling stations where the presidential candidate for We Invest in Nationhood, one of the 6 political parties contesting these elections today, arrived to cast his vote.
Isanella Pato reporting there from the Eckles Nursery School, where you saw Azruddin Mohammed, the presidential candidate of the We Invest in Nationhood Party, in line to vote. We can switch over now to Plaisance on the east coast of Demerara, where the leader and presidential candidate of APNU is in the polling station to cast his vote.
That's Mr. Aubrey Norton, the presidential candidate of a Partnership for National Unity at the Plaisance Secondary School, casting his ballot this morning. Polls opened promptly at 6 o'clock, and Mr. Norton went straight into the polling station to cast his ballot. You can see him inside there, getting ready to cast his ballot. And of course, all the residents are in here too, being allowed to vote. Of course, members of the media, myself included, we have been allowed to come inside the compound of the Plaisance Secondary School to observe Mr. Norton voting. There you have him in the voting compartment, casting his ballot.
What did he say?
So that's Mr. Norton, the presidential candidate of Partnership for National Unity. And Mr. Norton is outside. We'll be quickly interviewing Mr. Norton when he comes outside.
Come back on the road. Come on the road. Let's see if you'll come back. It's a random.
All right, still bringing you coverage live from the Plaisance Secondary School, where presidential candidate of a Partnership for National Unity, Aubrey Norton, just cast his ballot. And Mr. Norton will join us outside and offer some brief comments shortly.
While we wait on Mr. Norton, just for clarity, GECOM said this is what would be allowed only for the leaders. You're not supposed to be giving us what you say, 600 feet, right? So please don't go bullying your way throughout the rest of the day before you get locked up. Right? So please, and do not.
Right, of course, Mr. Norton just cast his ballot, but there are quite a number of persons out here ready to vote as well. There's been a steady flow of persons inside this polling place since polls opened promptly at 6 o'clock this morning. And there's Mr. Norton coming outside now.
There is Mr. Norton. He's now exiting the building, the compound, sorry. Wait, he's going to come.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
One at a time as you get everybody.
Yes, Mr.
Morning,
Norton,
sir.
how was the process?
Well, the first thing I had to object to how they place the voting booth. The law says that the scrutineers must see the body of the person voting, though they mustn't be able to see where they, except for one of the buildings, all the rest were wrong. So I had them change, and I'm going to ask our chief scrutineer to send out a general notice to say to people they should stop the voting if they cannot see the person. Because you could tell me you put the person putting a cell phone there if the person has two cell phones. So that is the first thing. Outside of that, it looks normal.
But does any political party have the authority to recommend the stopping or call or stop the voting?
The person, the agent, can reject it, and the law says that once an agent is appointed, they have to be in the process. So if they object going forward, who will sign the statement of poll and so? So there is power that inherent in it that could be utilized.
Mr. Norton, I know you've had a long campaign, but now that you've cast your ballot, as of today, what do these elections mean for you and your party?
Well, it means more for the people of Guyana than me. I would say these elections are critical because it's an opportunity to ensure there's a reallocation of the resources that come from oil to the people of Guyana rather than the present approach in which most of the resources go to family, friends, and favorites. The second thing that makes these elections important is that the government has launched on a path of directing, dominating, and controlling public servants, everyone. So in some regard, a victory for us is a victory for freedom. The other thing that I think this election should be recognized for is that it is the first full election, I would say, the first general and regional elections after the utilization of oil resources. And we had the opportunity to point out to the Guyanese people that the resources from oil and gas are not meeting them. And therefore, we undertook to ensure that those resources meet the people of Guyana with our people-centered development strategy.
Mr. Norton, last night we heard of persons transporting ballot boxes to bordering communities, along with members of the joint services coming under attack. Could you respond to that, sir?
Well, first of all, I'm always in solidarity with our joint services. But this government has enough resources to purchase boats that have some kind of protection. Imagine in this modern era with oil in 1-ton numbers, you have people in a wooden boat that a bullet goes through it, it sinks. Additionally, I've always argued, even when I met President Ali, that we need to have the technology installed at the border areas so that you can keep up to date with what is happening on the border and not have to wait till what happens if they shot everybody in that boat? There's no mechanism for the government to know until somebody come up on it. So we have to use the technology to disposal to ensure that we can secure our borders. And so I would say the soldiers are at a disadvantage. The other thing is that the government has whittled down the training of the Guyana Defense Force. I think we need to ramp it up. There was a time when the Guyana Defense Force was one of the best in jungle warfare. Now, if couple puku men are developing the guts to attack you, it is saying that they don't have respect for you. And therefore, I believe we need to put the training to where it was in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, so that any action, people would recognize that you have well-equipped soldiers there that could deal with it. As it stands, it seems to be a free-for-all. Anybody with a bad man name could come do what they want and go by their business. And you get a report from the chief of staff saying we're monitoring it, all is good. It's the day when it becomes fatal, then we will.
Mr. Norton, you earlier talked about the reallocation of oil resources. Sir, regardless of how this election goes, Guyana will continue to earn more revenue from the oil sector in the coming years. Politically speaking, where do you stand with respect to any sort of shared governance or executive power sharing so that the country can manage the resources collectively? At least that's what some people want.
I have no problem with shared governance, but don't forget, shared governance is part of what is consociational democracy. And there are various types of shared governance. So to just say shared governance, for instance, you can do weighted majority voting, meaning that if you're going to pass a measure, it has to have a certain percentage of the opposition, a certain percentage of the government. And that is a good mechanism to ensure that there is compromise and consensus. But people tend to restrict power sharing to sharing of government positions. There are a number of approaches to shared governance. I embrace shared governance as a concept, but will be very meticulous as it comes to which one of the systems of shared governance we will use, or if we will come up with a hybrid, a kind of an eclectic approach where we pull from.
Thank you.
Mr. Norton, can we have you photo with your finger, please?
I didn't even remember it.
Mr. Norton, for persons who haven't voted, just share with them how important is it for them to vote?
Well,
Mr. can you show us your finger?
in the first case, when you do not vote, you are going to allow people to make decisions for you without your input. And so the first thing I would say to young people is look at the manifestos, look at the policies, and then make a decision as to where to vote. That's the first thing. The second thing I would say to young people, that if you become estranged from the political process, you will not be able to impact it. Our slate had a plethora of youths who have impacted our manifesto and the decisions we would have made. So for me, it's a critical element of democracy for people to vote. But remember, democracy has two elements. One is procedural. This is procedural. Then there is the substantive. After you get government, how you govern, the governance issue. And I would say to young people, you have to look at both possibilities and vote in a way to reassure yourself that those who come to power will really and truly make democracy substantive rather than the parochial thing we got here, in which there's clearly straight elements of authoritarianism and dictatorship, and that cannot be in consonance with democracy.
One more time with your finger, sir. One more time with your finger.
Is it your phone in good or you?
And you saw the goalpost for me?
Let me put it high. That's it?
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Mr.
That was Mr. Aubrey Norton, the presidential candidate of a Partnership for National Unity, after he cast his ballot at the Plaisance Secondary School polling place early Monday morning.
As you saw, the presidential candidate of APNU, Aubrey Norton, has completed voting in these elections 2025. We can now go to Isanella Patra, who is at Eckles, where the presidential candidate for Win, Azruddin Mohammed, is voting.
Thank you again, Neil, and thank you to those tuned in to the newsroom. Good morning again. We are coming to you live from the Eckles Nursery School on the east bank of Demerara in voting district number 4, where the presidential candidate for a new political party, We Invest in Nationhood Win, Azruddin Mohammed, arrived just as polls opened at 6 a.m. to cast his vote in the 2025 general and regional elections. Since polls opened promptly at 6 a.m. here, there's been a steady flow of persons visiting the polling station to cast their ballot in these elections. Just over 300,000 persons are registered to vote in Region 4, Ghana's largest voting district in the country, and over 750,000 persons are registered to vote overall in these elections. To be eligible to vote, persons must be 18 years and older. When they arrive at a polling station, which this is one of 2,000 across the country, they must present their national ID card, as well as, or if they don't have their ID card, they can use their passport, their driver's license. However, if they don't have any of those, they can vote by using an oath of identity. We are here at the Eckles Nursery School, where there are a number of polling stations here. Polls open promptly at 6 a.m. and already, we see a number of persons arriving here to cast their ballot in these elections. We are awaiting to get a comment from the presidential candidate for We Invest in Nationhood Win, Azruddin. This party is one of 6 parties contesting these elections. We will continue to bring you updates from this location as well as other locations all across the voting districts in Guyana throughout the day and the days ahead. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you very much, Isanella. Of course, Isanella will be standing by at the Eckles Nursery School there to hear comments from Azruddin Mohammed when he emerges after voting in these elections. Guyana is voting for a 65-member parliament. There are 65 seats up for grabs in these elections. The party with the largest block of votes will win the seat of government. And so voting, as we have been reporting, opened promptly at 6 this morning. The first presidential candidate who's completed his voting is Aubrey Norton of APNU. Of course, there are 5 other parties contesting these elections. The PPP with Dr. Irfan Ali seeking a second term. He's expected to vote there at Lenora in another couple of hours. We also have Nigel Hughes from the Alliance for Change, who is voting also. And then the other 2 new parties in these elections, the ALP of Simona Brooms, former minister in the APNU government, and Amanza Walton Desir, also formerly of APNU, who's formed her own party and is contesting these elections as the Forward Guyana movement. 2,790 polling stations are where the country's registered voters will cast their ballots today. Now, we prepared a video of a breakdown of voters in all of the 10 voting districts, which are equivalent to the country's 10 administrative regions. Here's a look. This is the newsroom, and we're continuing coverage of elections 2025, where 6 parties are contesting for the seat of government. As I said earlier, the party who wins the largest block of votes will form the new government. The incumbent is President Irfan Ali, and he is seeking a second term. His main competition is Aubrey Norton of a Partnership for National Unity, and the upstart in these elections, Azruddin Mohammed of We Invest in Nationhood. There are 3 other small parties contesting these elections. The Alliance for Change, which has not managed to pick up any traction this time around in these elections. It has Nigel Hughes, who is seeking the presidency, and ALP with Simona Brooms of the ALP, and Forward Guyana movement with Amanza Walton Desir. You are looking at live images from the Eckles Nursery School, where Azruddin Mohammed of we invest in nationhood, is preparing to cast his ballot. He's been in line just around the opening of polls at 6 this morning. He is just about to enter the polling station, and we will hear from him once he emerges. We first heard from Aubrey Norton of APNU after he emerged from the polling station at Plaisance where he voted. Those are images, of course, from there at Plaisance. You notice a differently abled voter just coming out of the polling station, and people are in line to cast their ballot. From what we're seeing, the voting process seems very smooth and without incident, and there's that hope that that will continue. Those live images from the Eckles Nursery School you're seeing back there now, that is the head of the Customs Anti-Narcotics Unit, James Singh, and his mother in line to cast their vote in these elections. And that's the scene really all across the country. People have come out early. They want to get their voting over with, so they've been in line early in order to do that. A reminder that you may be seeing different images because a polling place, in this case the Eckles Nursery School, would have different polling stations, so people will be going in from different entrances to cast their ballots. Everything, of course, seems orderly there at polling places that we are getting images from. These that you are seeing are from the Plaisance Secondary School, where the leader of APNU, Aubrey Norton, has already voted. The voting process is pretty smooth, as you notice people are lined up there. When they approach their polling station, what happens is the identification process. They will be asked to present their ID, either their national ID card or their passport or their driver's license. If they have none of these, well, that's no problem. They can still vote, because once they are registered at the polling place, there's what is called a folio with all of their information and a colored photograph of them, and then they will take an oath which would declare that they are the person whose details are listed in the folio, and they will be allowed to vote. So under normal circumstances, when you do have an ID card, what they will do is check for your name and verify that you are on the official list of electors, otherwise called the voters list. Then the third thing would be for your fingers to be checked to ensure that there's no ink on it, meaning that you have not voted before. Once that is done, you will be given a ballot paper on which you will mark your X. That ballot paper is stamped with a 6-digit number. The voter should ensure that that 6-digit number is stamped at the top and bottom sections of the ballot. That should be done in the presence of the voter. Once they have ensured that the 6-digit number is there, then they can proceed to mark their ballot. Voters have been encouraged to place an X next to the symbol of the party that they wish to vote for, and to make sure that the X is within the box. Of course, we have been told that if persons don't do that and they put a tick or something like that, once the intention of the voter is clear, then their vote would be given to the party from which elections officials can see that that is the party that they really wanted to vote for. And then after that, the ballot will be folded. They will be shown the official mark. Then they will stain their finger and drop their ballot into the ballot box and then leave the polling station peacefully. They're not to engage with anyone so as to tell them which party they voted for, and no one can canvass either in the line. So for example, a political party can't go to a polling station and try to whisper in somebody's ears, remember to vote for this party or that party. That is not allowed. If you're noticing, we are filming from outside of the polling station because there's a particular rule that we have to stay 200 yards away from the polling station. And so that's why with some of our images, you'll be seeing us filming from behind a fence. And sometimes the images are not very clear.
Good morning, Mr. Mohammed. This is your first time working as a presidential candidate. Can you tell us what your experience was like and what do you expect to see during the day?
Well, it was a bit slow. First of all, because I arrived here at 5:59 and now it's 6:30. So we hope that it can be faster throughout the country because we want everyone to ensure that they can cast their vote before 6 p.m.
How was the process this morning?
Very slow. Very slow because I just had about 5 persons in front of me and it took 30 minutes. So we are hoping that it can be faster.
Did you have any difficulties finding your name on the list?
No difficulties.
Well, the polls have just begun, so I assume you will get updates from your polling agents during the course of the day.
Yes, we will get updates, and I'd like to encourage everyone, especially youths, to come out very early and cast your vote. Cast your vote for the right party, who you think can lead us through. Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That was the presidential candidate for Reinvest in Nationhood, Azruddin Mohammed, who just cast his ballot at the Eckles Nursery School here on the east bank of Demerara. He just gave a comment saying that the process was a bit slow and it took him about half an hour to cast his ballot with just a few persons in front of him. We are bringing you live coverage from the Eckles Nursery School, where we just spoke with the presidential candidate for one of the new political parties contesting these elections, Azruddin Mohammed. This is the Eckles Nursery School, where the presidential candidate for We Invest in Nationhood, Azruddin Mohammed, just cast his ballot in the elections. Polls opened promptly at 6 a.m. this morning, where a number of persons are registered to vote in these elections. So it's just about 32 minutes since polls opened, promptly at 6 a.m. here at the Eckles Nursery School in voting district 4 on the east bank of Demerara, where we witnessed the presidential candidate for We Invest in Nationhood, Azruddin Mohammed, casting his ballot here at this polling station. We are bringing you live coverage from this location and others all across the voting districts or across the country today, throughout the day for 24 hours as the voting process commenced at 6 a.m. this morning. We will be visiting other locations on the East Bank specifically and on the East Coast in Region 3. And we will continue to provide updates on the voting process and see how that is going at the various polling stations.
Azruddin Mohammed, having completed his voting at the Eckles Nursery School, he gave brief comments, and you could have seen him in those images there behind our reporter Isanella Pater on his phone, trying to figure out stuff. Now, the Win Party, which Azruddin Mohammed belongs to, is the first to have pointed out any incidents in these elections. Its General Secretary, Odessa Primus, posting on Facebook that some of their agents are not being allowed in polling stations for the start of the voting. Of course, there was a little bit of controversy with this party, WIN, and the other parties regarding their agents. We later found out that from GECOM that they did not meet the deadline for indicating their party agents, but that was later corrected at Saturday's meeting of the Elections Commission. We also have learned that some of their agents have been turning up at polling stations with an appointment letter as agents, but their names are not on the appointment letter. For example, I have one from Duarte Hetzberger. He is listed as an assistant election agent, but the letter that he has does not have his name written particularly on the appointment letter. So we obviously will try to get clarification from the Guyana Elections Commission a little bit later on what exactly is happening. Now, elections agents are appointed by parties, and they are placed within the polling stations, of course, to check on the elections process and report back to their parties or to complain later. We are continuing to cover elections 2025 in Guyana. These are general and regional elections. So when voters cast their ballot, they're voting for election of officials to the Parliament of Guyana. 65 seats are up for grabs. The party with the most seats wins the seat of government, and then voting is also taking place for regional elections. That's the appointments to regional democratic councils. We turn our coverage now to Vishali Raghaber, who's on the east coast of Demerara.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm coming to you live from the Plaisance Secondary School on the east coast of Demerara. Now, it is seemingly an efficient process unfolding here at this polling place, as we've seen a steady flow of voters go in and out of this polling station. In line right now, if you can see, there's a sizable line here. In line right now, we have several persons, including former President Mr. Donald Ramotar. We have Dr. Ashley Singh, who served as the Minister of Finance over the past 5 years. And we have Dr. Frank Anthony, who served as the Minister of Health over the past 5 years. Like I mentioned before, it seems to be quite a smooth and efficient process here at the Plaisance Secondary School. Since we've been here for the opening of polls sharply at 6 o'clock, we've seen a steady flow of voters go inside, cast their ballots, and come back outside here. Now, the line was much longer just moments ago. If you can see inside, there are persons waiting just in front of the various polling stations inside of this polling place. And of course, there's a queue outside here waiting to head inside the polling place. We've also observed that various persons, including the elderly and persons with disabilities, have received the necessary assistance here to cast their ballot since voting started sharply at 6 o'clock. And you can see the process unfolding here. More persons are going inside, going to the various polling stations inside this polling place, casting their ballot, and coming back outside. So once again, I'm joining you from the Plaisance Secondary School here at Plaisance on the east coast of Demerara. We've been here since about just after 4 this morning. We observed that voting started promptly at 6 o'clock, and since then there's been a steady flow of voters being able to go inside and cast their ballots. So far, since we've been out here, we haven't heard anybody complain about being unable to vote. We heard from the presidential candidate of a Partnership for National Unity, Mr. Aubrey Norton, speaking just after he cast his ballot. He was among the first set of persons casting their ballots here at the Plaisance Secondary School, and there's been a consistent flow of persons going in and out of this polling place since voting started sharply at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Vishani. As we continue coverage of elections 2025, we remind you that 757,690 people are registered to vote in these elections. That might sound like a very high number because it almost sounds like the entire Guyana is registered to vote. And of course, we have babies and we have teens who can't vote. So what's happening with that? Well, the list is this large because a number of people's names have not been removed from the voters list because of various reasons. So, for example, if persons would have migrated, they're now living in New York, well, in the US or Canada or wherever they're living, but they have moved from Guyana, they may not have gone into GECOM to say, remove my name from the list, so their names are still on the list. There's something called a claims and objections period during which you can go in and inform GECOM that you no longer wish to have your name on the voters list because you no longer live in Guyana. Most people have not done that. They don't bother to do it. And legally, GECOM cannot remove a person's name from the electoral roll unless they go in and say, remove my name. There was a case in the High Court that determined that persons' names cannot be removed from the voters list, and that's why the list is so bloated. Then there may have also, when you go to the polling station, you may see, for example, your neighbor on the list who may have been dead for. It means that their names are still on the list because nobody from that family would have gone in and objected. Like I said, there's the claims and objections period. So you can object to someone's name being on the list. So if you see the name of a dead person on the list, it means that nobody from that family has gone in to tell GECOM, listen, my grandmother dead, you gotta take the name off the list. And so there are situations like that. So their names would still be on that list. So there's just two situations in which names might be on the list which should not be there, but their names cannot be removed. And so that's why the voters list is that large. Of course, there can be arguments made regarding how GECOM can remove the names of persons from the list, but that's their business to sort out. So for example, when a person dies, a death certificate is created. So there was the argument that that death certificate can then be presented to GECOM and they can remove the person's name from the list. So the list wouldn't be this size, which some persons consider bloated. But observers like the Carter Center, for example, have said that the list is not bloated for some of the reasons that I mentioned before. So as it stands, 757,690 people are registered to vote in these elections. They can do so at 2,790 polling stations across the country. Voting opened at 6 in the morning and voting will end at 6 in the evening. It doesn't mean that if you are in a line at 6 p.m. you wouldn't be allowed to vote. Once you're in a line at 6 p.m. you will still be allowed to vote even though it's past the 6 o'clock hour. Later in the day we will discuss what happens after voting ends. But for now, we are just about 45 minutes in since the opening of polls. What we have seen so far is a smooth process. We have seen voting by two presidential candidates in these elections, Aubrey Norton of APNU and Azruddin Mohammed of We Invest in Nationhood. The voting process at the stations where they voted, Plaisance Secondary School for Aubrey Norton and the Eckles Nursery School for Azruddin Mohammed, everything there seemed to have gone smoothly. And so we will continue our coverage as we look at the voting day process and, of course, voting by the other presidential candidates in these elections. Significantly, Irfan Ali of the PPP, he votes later in Lenora in a couple of hours, and of course we will follow that. We're bringing you live coverage from across the country as voters line up to cast their ballots. As we have seen, they are in the line, so a lot of people are going to polling stations very early. As you can see, those images from the Plaisance Secondary School, where our reporter Vishani Ragabir is stationed. That is where Aubrey Norton of APNU voted. And we can see in that line other prominent people. We see the Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashni Singh, and we see Dr. Frank Anthony, the Minister of Health, and his family at that polling station. Dr. Anthony has just walked into the polling place to find his polling station to vote in these elections. Many of the polling places have more than one polling stations. So when you get into the polling place, you make your way to your particular polling station. If you're not exactly certain which polling place you should go to, there's an easy way to do a search on the GECOM website. You just punch in your name and your date of birth, and your polling station pops up, and you make your way there to cast your ballot for voting in these elections. This is the newsroom. I'm Neil Marks reporting. We have these reminders for you on the voting day process and the voters by district in these elections.
Real problem, buddy. I want to vote on election day, but I got to work a 12-hour shift every day from Monday to Friday, from 6 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon, boy.
I got the same problem. I registered to vote in Kitty where I live in, and I walk in till up in Linden. And I only get Sunday for go home, and then back again Monday for work.
You know, truly speaking, the hours you work in and the place where you work should not prevent you from voting.
Really? How come?
Listen. The law makes it absolutely clear that employers should give time off to their employees so as to vote. All you have to do is inform your employer that you need time off to exercise your constitutional right to vote.
For real? That's exactly what I can do.
Hey, me too, buddy.
Yeah.
I ain't doing that so bad.
For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
Yo, Ricky, I hear that you can't cheat at elections, boy.
Yeah, boy, you can't cheat at elections, and if you try to cheat, you will be caught. When you are caught, you will be prosecuted in court, and if found guilty, you will go to jail and pay a big fine.
How they will catch me if I try to cheat?
GECOM has put in place several measures to identify persons who would attempt to cheat. As an ordinary voter, the measures that apply to you are ensuring that you cannot impersonate another voter, checking your fingers for the presence of indelible ink, and being scrutinized by the party agents who are stationed at the polling stations.
Well, yes, Ricky, you're right, boy. Nobody can cheat.
For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
Hey Nick, why you look so sour about it?
Hey Brooks, bro. I tell Fiona let me do something to make a quick raise, but she ain't want to cooperate.
Well, fill me in, cause I Brooks myself.
I tell Sheila we sell we vote, but to do that, we have to take a photo of our ballot when we done vote.
And you won't get paid for that?
Well, so here, bro. The man said they know somebody that can pay you when you show them a photo of the ballot paper that you vote for them party.
Well, bye. I in that with you, cause I need a raise too.
Well, the two of you are going to go ahead without me. Because first of all, GECOM say you have to turn off your phone when you're in the police station. And secondly, if you're found guilty selling your vote, you will have to pay a fine of $6,000 to $5,000 plus 6 months in jail. Right? So you, Nick, you're going to decide who paying the fine and who going to mind your children while you're in jail. Okay? And you, the Jagdish, you could go and explain that to your wife.
What? Pay a fine and go to jail too?
Nah, I'm not in that.
For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy. Election offences are actions that have been made illegal by law with a view to ensure that the elections are free, fair and transparent. Some election offences are voting more than once in the same election, voting or attempting to vote if you are not qualified to do so, voting in the name of another person, canvassing for voters or interfering with an elector within 200 yards of a polling station, removing or defacing a lawfully displayed official electoral notice or election materials, deliberately obstructing or interfering with the work of an election officer. Any person found guilty of an election offence may be fined and imprisoned. For some offences, a person may be disqualified from voting in future elections. Do not commit election offences. For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy. Monday, September 1, 2025 is Election Day. At the general election, electors will vote to elect the President and 65 members of the National Assembly, and at the members of the 10 regional democratic councils. Check the official list of electors that is being displayed at 2 prominent places in your area to ensure that you are correctly listed. It is your constitutional right and your civic duty to vote at the upcoming general and regional elections, providing you are listed in the official list of electors. Vote early on Election Day. For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy. How to vote. Having been identified as the voter you claim to be, you will be given a ballot paper that is stamped at the back on the top section as well as the bottom section in your presence. On the ballot paper, provision is made for you to vote twice, once at the top section where you vote for the general election and once at the bottom section where you vote for the regional election. Look for the name and symbol of the party of your choice in the top section of the ballot paper and mark your X in the empty box next to the party symbol. Then look for the name and symbol of the party of your choice in the bottom section and mark your X in the empty box next to the party's symbol. After you have voted, fold the ballot paper as shown by the election official, dip the first joint of your right index finger in the ink provided, then place the ballot paper in the ballot box. You will then have to peacefully depart the polling station. For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-02779 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
What's going on here, man? Why the two of y'all look so gloomy?
Uncle Joe, you know thief man been in we house and thief all we valuables, including we ID card. Now election come around and we want to go vote. We ain't get no ID card to identify ourselves. Now we can't go vote.
Well, you need to apply to GECOM to have your ID cards replaced. But you need not worry that you won't be able to vote because you don't have your ID cards. GECOM has put other measures in place to accurately identify voters like you who may not have the ID cards.
But how they gonna do that? How they gonna know is we name on the list if we don't have ID to prove it?
In addition to your ID card, voters can present their valid passports or valid driver's license if they have these.
Really?
But further, GECOM has placed your photograph alongside your name on a folio which will be at the polling station. And if you go to the polling station without a photo ID, you will be asked to state your name and address. The elections official will look at your face and then compare it with the photo alongside your name on the folio to confirm that they are the same. Then you'll have to answer some questions to verify your identity. If the election official is satisfied that you are the person who you claim to be, you will be allowed to vote after taking an oath of identity.
So you get to vote?
For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-02779 or visit www.gecom.org.gy. Monday, September 1, 2025 is Election Day. It is your constitutional right to vote at the elections, provided you are listed in the official list of electors. As a voter, you have certain rights. Example, the right to attend political meetings and rallies, know the various political parties and their stance on important national issues. Vote as your conscience tells you. You also have responsibilities which include voting only once for the general election and once for the regional election, respecting the voting rights of other electors, doing nothing to obstruct the election process. Vote early on Election Day for the political party of your choice. For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-02779 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
You never vote neither. So you don't know if anybody gonna know which party you vote for.
Not because I never vote. I know that when I vote, nobody can see which party I'm voting for.
Why should I believe you? You.
Let me help you with something, young man. The young lady is correct. The freedom to vote for a political party of your own choice on election day is yours. Nobody will know which political party you voted for. Once you would have marked your ballot paper and folded it as directed, nobody will see which political party you would have voted for after you would have placed your ballot paper in the ballot box. You're guaranteed that your vote will remain a secret.
Oh, thanks, big man. For sure, I'm gonna vote on election day. Now to feel confident that nobody will know which party I'm going to vote for.
For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-02779 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
When you are identified at the polling station as the voter you claim to be, you will be given a ballot paper for you to vote. The election official who gives you the ballot paper must stamp it in your presence at the back of the top section and bottom section with the official 6-digit number of the polling station. If you are given an unstamped ballot paper to vote, it is your right to insist that it must be stamped correctly before you accept it to cast your vote. If you vote on a ballot paper that is not stamped with a 6-digit number, your vote will not be counted because a ballot paper that is not stamped is not valid. It is your constitutional right and civic duty to vote at the upcoming general and regional elections, providing you are listed in the official list of electors. Vote early on election day. For further information, contact GECOM on 225-027729, 226-6557, 223-9650, or visit the GECOM website at www.gecom.org.gy. Contrary to popular belief, voting is easy as 1, 2, 3. On the ballot paper, provision is made for you to vote twice. Once on the top section where you vote for the general election and once at the bottom section where you vote for the regional election. All you need to do is look for the name and symbol of the party of your choice in the top section for the general election and mark your X in the empty box next to the party symbol. Then, look for the name and symbol of the party of your choice in the bottom section for the regional election and mark your X in the empty box next to the party symbol. After you have voted, you are required to fold the ballot paper as shown by the election official, dip the first joint of your right index finger in indelible ink and place the ballot paper in the ballot box. You will then have to leave the polling station. For further information, contact GECOM's hotlines at 225-027729, 226-6557, 223-9650, or visit the GECOM website at www.gecom.org.gy.
the newsroom, and it's Elections Day 2025, September 1st, 2025 in Guyana, where voting is ongoing for We are continuing our coverage of elections 2025 in Guyana, where voting is ongoing in general and regional elections. We're 1 hour in to voting, and as we have been noticing, people are lined up to cast their ballots in these elections. We are going to go live with Vishani Raghaber, who's at the Plaisance Secondary School on the east coast of Demerara.
Good morning again, everyone. We're coming to you again from the Plaisance Secondary School on the east coast of Demerara, where we've been bringing you coverage of the E-Day activities. Now, joining me now is a young person, Jessica Anthony. Jessica, tell us about the process that unfolded inside as you cast your ballot.
Well, at this polling station, I think everything went fairly smoothly. The process is going well. I mean, I was in and out in probably under 10 minutes. Once you follow your instructions, you do what the officers, the GECOM officers tell you to do. I think we would have no problems here. I am happy to see that when I came, there was a line. That means people are coming out early to vote. So I'm happy about that. And I want to encourage everybody that they should come out early to vote. Make sure that you exercise your right to vote, and I think that's really important, especially for young people like myself.
Tell us a bit more about that. Tell us perhaps your message to young persons and why you think it's important to exercise that right to vote.
Okay. So our vote, and especially on elections day today, it's our voice. So it's our way of playing a part in making decisions for things like our healthcare that works for us, making decisions about educational opportunities that we get, safer communities, jobs that we can be proud of. So I think our vote is really important. I think it's critical that young people, women, everybody really comes out and plays a part in making that decision for themselves. If we don't come out to vote, then we effectively allow other people to make that decision for us. So once again, I encourage everybody to come out early and vote.
Thank you very much. There you just heard from Jessica Anthony, a young person voting in this year's general and regional elections. Just to remind you, we're reporting live from the Plaisance Secondary School, which is one of the polling places along the east coast of Demerara. There are about 2,700. There are more than 2,700 polling places all across the country. And of course, there are over 757,000 voters expected to cast their ballots today. Stay with us as we continue to bring live updates from the E-Day activities across the country.
Thank you, Vishani. And from the east coast of Demerara, we move to the east bank of Demerara, where the presidential candidate for the AFC, Nigel Hughes, is casting his ballot.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us again. We're coming to you live this time from the Lions Club of Demerara at Moko on the east bank of Demerara, where the leader for the AFC Alliance for Change, Nigel Hughes, who is also the presidential candidate for that party, and his wife, Kathy Hughes, arrived moments ago here to cast their ballot in the 2025 general and regional elections. Kathy Hughes is a former minister of the APNU AFC coalition government that was in power from 2015 to 2020. The Alliance for Change leader, Nigel Hughes, is also the presidential candidate for that party, which is one of 6 parties contesting the elections this year. The atmosphere here is quite calm, with a limited number of voters at this polling station here at Moko on the east bank of Demerara. This East Bank, it's also known as the Sub-District 1 of District Region 4 in the Ghana Elections Commission, GECOM, where over 300,000 persons are registered to vote in this district. This is the largest voting district in the country, and over 750,000 voters overall are registered to vote in these elections. We are at the Lions Club of Demerara here at Moka on the east bank of Demerara, where just a few moments ago, the leader of the Alliance for Change and who is also the presidential candidate for that party, Nigel Hughes, arrived here with his wife, Kathy Hughes, to cast their ballots in these elections. We'll try to get a comment from Mr. Hughes once he and his wife would have voted here this morning. We are bringing you coverage from all of the voting districts across the country today, and you can stay tuned to our social media pages and our website for these and more updates. There are a number of international as well as local observers who will be observing the election process throughout the day and the days coming ahead when the results will be announced.
This is the newsroom, and you're watching our coverage of elections 2025. As I was explaining earlier, the voting process today is pretty simple, but there are reasons why a presiding officer, the person in charge of the polling station, may ask someone to leave the polling station. I'll tell you about that first, but just a reminder of the voting process. When someone arrives at the polling station, the first step is to identify themselves, then verify that their name is on the voters list. Their finger is checked to make sure that there's no mark or stain on the index finger where they will have to place their finger in a jar of ink later on after they have voted. Step 4, they will be given their ballot with a 6-digit number that was developed during the morning by the polling day staff. And so that ballot paper will have the 6-digit number at the top, and at the bottom, the person goes to their polling station to mark their ballot. Those live images you're seeing is of Kathy Hughes, the former minister and wife of AFC presidential candidate Nigel Hughes, having cast her ballot on the east bank of Demerara. I believe it is at Houston. She is standing there, perhaps awaiting her husband coming out of the polling station. Nigel Hughes, of course, a very prominent attorney in Guyana. He's been in and out of politics, resigned from the AFC, I believe, twice. He's come back this time as presidential candidate, and there he is, Nigel Hughes, emerging from the polling station, showing his index finger having been marked after voting in these elections. He's running to be president, but the AFC has not managed to gain widespread support as they did in the past.
Has came to an end for you in this race. What was that campaign like? And then tell us about the process here today.
Campaign was a rough one, but we went well. I think the AFC has done better than most people expected it to do. The process today, unfortunately, there's blackout, and all the agents inside are very, very hot. no fans, and the ventilation is minimal. But the rest of the process went flawlessly. I have to commend certainly the people at this polling station.
I know last evening there was a situation out in the Essequibo with that the boat with the agents that came under attack. Must be concerning.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we need to be prepared for Venezuela to take several acts that are likely to destabilize. That's just one of them. I mean, we have to be wary about, attempted cyber interventions and other interventions, particularly on social media and otherwise. And I hope collectively as a country that we stand together to resist whatever efforts they take to disrupt this event.
And I know, sir, well, you've voted and you've cast your ballot. There are a lot of young people and a lot of folks who say these elections don't matter to them, so they won't be voting. What would you say to convince them to get out there today and vote?
They have about, the young people, 40, 45 years in this country. We are at the most fortunate economic circumstances in our history. This is going to impact your life more than any other generation. It is absolutely critical that you at least play a role in determining what kind of country you will live in and what your future is likely to be in Guyana.
And Mrs. Hughes, not the first time in the rodeo for you. So you're back out here
I
as
am.
a candidate and also as a supportive wife.
Yes.
Tell us about the campaign and the process here today.
The campaign was challenging. Good in the sense that we had a lot of key members and supporters that rallied. Challenging in the sense that we were in a race with quite a few other big players that had unlimited budgets, probably from questionable sources, but who knows? So we really are the David amongst the Goliath. But I am so happy, we feel good. We're happy that we have come to where we are today. Our policies, we spent a lot of time on our policies of what we would do for Guyana if we are given the privilege to go into government. And I think that anybody that reads them or felt our message would know that it's not the same old that we've seen for the last 50 years in Guyana. It's a complete change, a change that allows more Guyanese, especially as you talked about young people, to really ensure they get their fair share.
Yeah. I want to ask you the same question about young people, but also young women, the importance of them going out there and make their voices heard today.
Absolutely. I call on my sisters, step forward. Again, you would see that we came up with an innovative idea of a bank for women, a women's bank. And that's because we've done our research. We spoke to them in our listening and grounding sessions, which started a year ago. And we know that the majority of women are keeping our families standing despite the challenges of cost of living. They're the ones that are doing small businesses that are doing well. And if they just had an opportunity to raise the level, they could do so much more for Guyana. So we've had a special focus on our women and also our young people. We've recognized that the Guyana education system has failed them. When you have so many young people, 48% dropping out before they even could get into high school, that's not a problem with the family or the children. The problem is with the system that's teaching them. And therefore, the fact that we have come up with a skills training program that gives them a stipend, that will give them tools at the end of it, and also a unit that will match their skills and training with a job. We've made sure we've done the full circle. Too many young people have gotten the certificates and then sit down and get frustrated because they can't get a job. So we're excited. I know today is a day to listen to what Guyanese will say, because Guyanese will speak today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the leader of the Alliance for Change, AFC, Nigel Hughes, who's a prominent attorney, my apologies, and the presidential candidate for the AFC party, one of 6 parties contesting these elections here today in Guyana, and his wife, Cathy Hughes, who was a former government minister for the APNU AFC Coalition Administration from 2015 to 2025. We spoke to them just moments ago, where both of them said that the campaign for the party, the AFC, was a bit challenging. Cathy describing the AFC as the David of the Goliaths among the other political parties that are contesting these elections here today. We just spoke with them, who, after they cast their ballot at the Lions Club of Demerara or at Mocha on the east bank of Demerara. We will continue to bring you more coverage as we move along the east bank today, throughout the rest of the day, and as the voting process continues. We have teams in Region 3 on the East Coast, in Georgetown and in Linden. I'm Isanella Pato, and thank you so much for joining us today.
This is our live coverage on the newsroom of elections 2025. 757,690 persons registered to vote in these elections. I was explaining earlier that the voting process is pretty simple today. As you arrive at the polling station, the voter identifies himself, then his information is checked to make sure that they're actually on the list of electors called the OLE, or the voters list. Once that information is verified, their fingers are then checked to make sure that there is no mark on it. They're then given the ballot paper with a 6-digit number at the top and at the bottom. They then proceed to the station in which they will cast their ballot, mark X for the party that they choose. That process is secret. No one should be able to see where you are placing your X. You then fold the ballot paper and show the official mark at the top and the bottom. You then dip your finger in the ink and then leave the polling station peacefully. There are some circumstances under which the presiding officer, the person in charge of the polling station, can ask someone to leave the polling station, and there are 4 cases in particular by which the presiding officer can ask someone to leave the polling station. One of those instances is when the person refuses to dip their finger in the ink that is provided. The voter's finger is stained to ensure that they don't vote twice, because that ink lasts for some time. So if they return to the polling station and claim they haven't voted, that ink will say, well, you have voted, so you can't come and vote again. So the presiding officer can ask someone to leave if they refuse to mark their finger with the ink. The other reason the presiding officer can ask a person to leave the polling station is if they refuse to take an oath of identity, if that is necessary. As you explained earlier, you have to identify yourself when you get to the polling station. So you can present your national ID card, your passport, your driver's license, or if you have none of those and your name is on the official list of electors or the voters list, that information will be in a folio that those in the polling station can see, the elections officials, the agents, and so on. Everybody can see it. You would have to take an oath of identity in that case if you don't have any of the national identification documents. Well, I'll pause there and head over to the Plaisance Secondary School, where former President Donald Ramotar is speaking.
People standing in a line and so on and so forth. Maybe there should be some facility to look at people who are not so strong, to get them to vote quicker and so forth. You just saw someone passing out here. So that's the only thing. Otherwise, I think it's going smooth at this point in time.
You came out here with your entire family?
Yeah. That's normal. Every election we do that. We vote together.
What would be your message to Guyanese today?
To vote, those who voted to vote, to be peaceful and to respect the verdict of the people when the vote is counted. That is what I would say. That we must respect the collective intelligence of our people to do the right thing, to elect the right government.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Can I get a picture? Yeah.
One more time when you say it.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Former President Donald Ramotar voting there at the Plaisance Secondary School and offering comments after, of course, he was president from 2011 to 2015. As I was explaining earlier, there are some reasons why the presiding officer can ask a person to leave the polling station. As I pointed out, if they refuse to have their fingers stained after they have voted, if they don't want to do that, well, the presiding officer can ask them to leave the polling station. Then, if they don't have any of the identification documents and they refuse to take an oath of identity to say that they are the person whose information is recorded in the folio that elections officials will have. If they don't have any documents and they don't want to swear, well, then you have to leave. You can't vote. Then, if the elections officials ask you certain questions which they're legally required to do, and you refuse to cooperate, well, then you're also asked to leave the polling station and you can't vote. And then, if you refuse to comply with any other lawful requirements of the presiding officer, you can also be asked to leave. So those are the 4 reasons by which the presiding officer can ask someone to leave a polling station. Voting is continuing across the country in these elections at Lenora on the west coast of Demerara, where we expect incumbent President Dr. Irfan Ali to vote. Persons are lined up there. The President's parents earlier cast their ballots, and we can turn to their comments.
Oh, it was excellent, very peaceful, quiet, and orderly.
Right. You're among early voters this morning. What's the encouragement?
The encouragement is that all the others should come out as early as possible, cast your vote, and relax for the result.
Right. I've been asking early voters here this morning, what do you do with the rest of your day after voting?
Well, I'm going there to relax and just anxiously awaiting the results.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from you, ma'am?
Well, I would be anybody who needs help, I'm there to help. If they want to know where their polling station, whatever, I can help. That's what I do for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. How the voting process went?
Is it good? I have the right finger up?
Right finger up.
Absolutely.
A quick comment from you on how the voting process
Oh, the process was fantastic. It was absolutely good. I had no complaints whatsoever. Just go in, very, very professional in what they're doing. Lots of guidance given, and very quickly, I think I took maybe a minute, less than a minute.
You're among early voters here this morning.
Oh, that's good.
What encouraged you to come out?
Oh, absolutely. It's every 5 years we have this constitutional right to go and do this, and I'm happy to come and do this today. That's the main motivating factor. Happy to do it.
How do you spend the rest of your day after?
We have a little bit of work to get done in the yard and so on, and some things to prepare. We are also in the heat of preparing for the reopening of school, so that takes a little bit of it as well, even though it's a holiday.
Well, cool and quiet, and I wish the whole country should go the same way, peace and calm, and
And that's it. That's my finger. And that's it.
You want to explain the voting process to the person? What exactly happened from the moment you arrive here to when you exit the polling station?
We start from the gate first, show my IDs, then we go in the line, then show my IDs again down there, then I come to the voting process and do it normally, and that's it.
You did not take yourself with it this morning?
Yeah, then the car wasn't there. Okay, there. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, beautiful.
You are one of the early voters across Guyana today. What brought you out so early?
I want to save the lineup.
You want to save the lineup. How did voting go this morning?
Very easy, simple, straightforward.
Do you want to tell us what happened from the time you arrived to exit the polling station?
I had to show my ID card at the front here. Then I was directed to go to the block B. And from then on, the process started.
But you're satisfied with the outcome?
Of course, yeah.
What happens now for you for the rest of the day? Sit and wait, encourage other people to come out?
Yes,
what do you do for the rest
I'll do encourage people to come out. Yeah. And I'm running line, come early.
Images from the voting process there at Lenora on the west coast of Demerara. Groenbelt is the more accurate name of the particular area of the Lenora Technical Institute, where President Irvin Ali is expected to vote in a couple of hours. His parents have already done so, his mother pledging to help other voters find their polling stations, because sometimes that's always a trouble. People think they know where they have to vote, but they actually don't. And then they turn up at the polling place and trying to figure it out. As I was mentioning earlier, you can go to the GECOM website and type in your name and your date of birth, and you should be able to find your exact polling place. We have been covering the elections from the time of the opening of polls, well, just about an hour before, because there's a lot of activity that happens before the polling station can actually open at 6. The newsroom's Lazina Yearwood has been traveling around to some polling stations, and we want to bring her in now to talk about what she has observed. So, Lazina, can you tell us what you have seen at the polling stations you have visited? First, you can tell us where you've been this morning.
Hi, good morning, Neil. Good morning, everyone on our live this morning. Thank you for that. So we have been at several locations in North and Central Georgetown. Some of those places include the Campbellville Secondary School, the Redeemer Primary School. There was also as well as the community facility there. There's a lot of action at many of these polling stations, as in people are turning up. They've been there since before 6 a.m., before the polling stations were opened. Persons seem to be very ready to cast their ballots today in this general and regional election.
Did you notice any sort of incident, or have things been pretty smooth as we've noticed in other areas that we've been covering this morning?
It seems that in Georgetown, things are moving relatively smooth. A lot of people have said, we have interviewed one or two persons who may have just in passing mentioned that, yes, it was a very smooth process for them. The GECOM staff seem to be very aware of how they are going to be doing this process, very well trained. So they've been really helping with guiding persons. There are tables at several of the stations where persons can go and be told of what they are guided on how they can go about casting their vote today.
And did you notice observers, local or international observers at the stations you visited?
Yes, we have. We've noticed some from the EU. More so from there. There was a few of them at the Redeemer Primary School. Again, it seemed as though they were pleased with what they were seeing. Of course, we won't be able to know more until later today or even tomorrow when they do hold, or if they do hold a press conference, that is.
And what have you been noticing about security arrangements at the places you visited?
That also is very much there. The security are also helping with getting persons to exactly where they need to go to meet up with the GECOM staff on the ground here. There seems to be, as I've said, a lot of smooth flow here in Georgetown. Hopefully, as the day goes progresses, that this will continue and there may not be any hiccups.
Okay, thank you very much, Lizina. The newsrooms, Lizina Yearwood there has been covering polling stations in and around Georgetown for us as we try to get you a feel of what is happening countrywide as people cast their ballots. Of course, we won't be able to visit all of the polling stations. There are 2,790 polling stations across the country. GECOM has sought to ensure that polling stations are as close as possible to where people live so that there is not too much of an inconvenience for them to vote. Most persons seem to be coming out early, trying to get this process over with. We are showing you images there at Plaisance on the east coast of Demerara. That polling station has had lines from very early in the morning as people try to cast their ballots. There at Plaisance, we saw earlier the leader of APNU and its presidential candidate Aubrey Norton voting, having really no complaints about the voting process. There at Plaisance also we saw the former president Donald Ramotar voting along with the Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashni Singh, the Minister of Health, Dr. Frank Anthony, and his family. And again, we see those lines. Just in case you're wondering again why we're filming from behind the fence and you're seeing all that barbed wire and everything else, that's because of a rule that GECOM has that we should be 200 yards away from a polling station. Nevertheless, we're trying to get you the best images that we can of the voting process. So those are the lines at the Plaisance Secondary School. Voting is continuing across Guyana in these general and regional elections. The elections are meant to elect a new government and regional democratic councils. 65 seats are in the National Assembly, and the party which wins the largest block of votes forms the seat of government. President Irfan Ali is seeking a second term in these elections, and we are covering these elections countrywide as best as we can. We have the newsroom's Sharda Bacchus on the phone. She's been visiting some of the polling stations on the east bank of Demerara. Sharda, can you tell us what has been your observations of the voting process this morning?
Good morning, Neil, and good morning to all of our viewers. I am currently here at Eckles Health Center on the east bank of Demerara. Things on the east bank of Demerara so far have been relatively smooth, calm. At some locations, there are lines, while at some other locations, such as the Covent Garden Nursery and Primary Schools, the Providence School, and the Lions Club of Central Georgetown in Mocha, at these locations, persons were basically, trickling in, taking their time, and we haven't had any reports of any hiccups so far. Also, I must mention, at these locations, the police are quite visible, as well as the observers. I've seen so far observers from the OAS and the Bar Association.
Thank you, Sharda. Now, have you noticed arrangements for people who are differently able? Are they able to vote easily?
No, I haven't seen any such case at the location that I've been visiting, Neil, but it appears as though that everything is in place should a person of that nature, show up.
Right. And so are you going to be going along to other polling stations this morning to check on the process?
Definitely. Like I said, we have been traveling from Covent Garden, and we are coming down along the east bank of Demerara, heading to Georgetown, and we will be stopping by at other locations to observe what's going on. Also, I must mention, here at the Eckles Health Center, we are expecting one of the presidential candidates for the Forward Guyana, which is one of the new political parties that are contesting this year's election. That is Miss Amanza Walton this year. She is scheduled to cast her vote here at this location. That is the Eckles Health Center.
Now, are you able to comment on the mood, the general mood at this time?
Neil, quite honest, it's relatively calm. Everything is, like I said, everything is going along quite smoothly so far. Persons have been, I've spoke to some persons, and they've been saying, they're anxious to cast their vote. A lot of them I have asked them about what are their plans for the remaining of the day, and they're basically focused on getting this over with and just go home, relax, and look out for the outcome of the much anticipated elections.
Thank you very much, Sharda, and of course we'll keep in touch with you.
Thank you.
The newsroom's Sharda Bacchus there, who has been covering the voting process along the east bank of Demerara. And as she mentioned, she is standing by to witness the voting process of Amanza Walton Desir of the Forward Guyana movement. She was a member of parliament with APNU, resigned from the PNC, which is the largest bloc in APNU, and formed her own party over grievances she had with that party. And so we are continuing to cover the elections 2025. Now, there are offenses in these elections that people need to be aware of. One of the key offenses is that someone cannot vote twice in these elections. If they attempt to do that, then they can be put in jail. In these elections, also no one can be bribed to vote, so a political party cannot hand out money to people in order to secure their vote in these elections. That's an election offense for which they can be jailed. Now, on this day in particular, political campaigning or advertising is restricted. The images you're seeing is of Dr. Ashni Singh, the Minister of Finance, who has just voted at the Plaisance Secondary School there on the east coast of Demerara, where we can bring in Vishani Raghuber, who has been stationed there all morning.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm Vishani Raghuvar joining you once more from the Plaisance Secondary School, one of the polling places here today for Ghana's general and regional elections. Now, this morning, we've seen a lot right here at Plaisance. I haven't moved since coming here just after 4 o'clock this morning. We've seen a steady flow of persons going in and out. We've seen the process move smoothly along. We've listened to persons come out and talk about how smooth that process was. We just heard from Dr. Ashley Singh, a PPPC candidate who served as the Minister of Finance over the past 5 years. He just came out and briefly said the process moved smoothly along. It was quite efficient. We heard that from other persons, including former President Donald Ramotar and the presidential candidate for a Partnership for National Unity, Aubrey Norton. Of course, we are continuing our live coverage of today's E-Day activities all across the country. There are, of course, more than 2,700 polling places all across the country, and we will continue to bring live updates as E-Day continues.
This is the newsroom. That was Vishani Raghuvar at the Plaisance Secondary School on the East Bank of Demerara, where she has been since before the opening of polls. We have been covering this elections process for the last 3 hours or so, trying to give you a comprehensive view of things across the country. The newsroom's Kurt Campbell is at Groinveld or Lenora on the west coast of Demerara, where he is awaiting President Irfan Ali to vote. We expect him to do so around 10 o'clock, but Kurt is on the ground taking a look at the voting process there.
Thank you very much, Neil. We're coming to you live from Parika on the east bank of Essequibo. You know, I've been listening to my colleagues speak really spread out across this country and providing comprehensive live coverage of E-Day, of voting on Election Day here in Guyana, and them speaking about the mood, speaking about the process, and it's much of the same here in District 3. We began our coverage before the opening of polls this morning, and we've also been observing early polling here across District 3, making several stops on the west coast of Demerara. This is in fact our first stop on the east bank of Essequibo. No reports of any incidents. All of the voters who we've spoken to who casted their ballots early this morning, all commenting on how smooth the process was and how incident-free the process was. Currently here at the Parika Secondary School, just in my background, we are seeing observers from international observation missions observing the process here at the Parika Secondary School. And we've seen this similarly at other polling stations that we have stopped at. We've also seen Guyana Elections Commission officials, even from the gate, interacting with voters here this morning, making arrangements for voters who are differently abled, and altogether seeking to make this process here today quite easy, quite efficient, and that's what we've noticed. In terms of actual voters, I think people are pretty excited today, Neil, to cast their votes, to cast their ballots in these elections. No long lines so far, but definitely a steady flow of people to polling stations across this region and across this district. Police presence, of course, at the polling stations that we've observed to ensure that law and order is maintained this morning. I just want to speak briefly on the rules of the Guyana Elections Commission for these polling places, to say that one of the reasons why we are outside of the polling place is because GECOM is in fact enforcing its 200 yards rule, where you cannot be within the distance of a polling place 200 yards, and you cannot harass, intimidate, or interfere with voters. This morning here, as I told you earlier, we already made some stops along the west coast of Demerara, and now we're on the east bank of Demerara, and that's because District 3, as we know it, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, though there are a total of 116,876 voters spread across 407 polling stations, this district is in fact divided into 3 sub-districts. So while we have a returning officer in charge of this district is among, I think, 2 other districts, Region 4 and Region 6, that the Guyana Elections Commission divided into 3 sub-districts. And those 3 sub-districts, if I could give you some information on that, we have sub-district 1, which is Essequibo Islands, Essequibo River, and that would be the district that we are in currently, with 54 polling stations and 8,627 voters. Further, in sub-district 2 for District 3, we have the St. Lawrence Cornelia Ida district with 148 polling stations, 48,142 voters. And the final sub-district for District 3, the Hague and Creek, 205 polling stations and 60,107 number of electors in this. So altogether, again, 116,876 electors in this district spread across 407 polling stations. We wouldn't be able to visit all of those polling stations today, but we are going to see how many we can visit. You can also look forward later this morning to the voting by the presidential candidate of the incumbent party. President Dr. Irfan Ali and his wife will vote in District 3 today, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, at Lenora. Earlier, we made a stop at Lenora and we saw some notable figures voting there. The president's mother and the president's father already casting their ballots among early voters at the Lenora Technical Institute. We also saw the Chief Elections Officer Saddam Hussein casting his ballot there, and we spoke to those individuals along with several others. And like I've said, everyone really have said that the process has been smooth this morning. Interestingly, where we're located, just close by, there's another polling station, the Parika Nursery School. And in the middle of these 2 polling places, and it's what we've noticed is party agents really helping voters to understand. Some voters exiting the polling stations there and showing us their finger. But really, party agents helping voters to find their polling stations, observers, of course, on site observing the process, and to continue our discussion, helping voters to find their polling stations, making the process much, much, much easy here this morning across the country. GECOM is also enforcing today its rule not to allow electors into polling stations with their phones, a move that is intended to protect the secrecy of the ballot. Persons can cast their ballots in secret for whichever political party they prefer. But GECOM is saying today you are not allowed to take into polling places, into the booth where you will be voting, your phone. That is to push back against what we know as vote buying, persons having to prove which political party they have voted for. Like I said, we've noticed police presence at these polling stations, and the process seems to be going fairly smooth this morning. We will continue to bring you coverage. I was actually looking to see if we can find a voter. Let's just see if this gentleman would be willing to speak to us this morning, sir. Would you like to comment on how the process went this morning, sir?
I just bring down some people from Metamizak. The 3 person, they are actually registered Porika here.
Right.
But they migrated from Porika and they got to Metamizak, didn't take a transfer. So this morning now they went to vote. So when I taking them this morning to vote at Metamizak, they're going to check the information. They have to come and seal him here.
Are those family members or just people from?
No. Just people from the community.
Where are you scheduled to vote? Are you voting today?
Yeah, I vote at Metamizak.
Right.
But trying to see as much people I can assist this morning before I go and vote.
Right. And I've not been able to go into the polling station, but from your observation, how are things going in there?
So far, reasonable okay.
So far,
right.
Any lines in there?
Yes. I think the second booth has the longest line. Yeah, has the longest line. Yeah. Okay. So that one moving a little bit slow, but the rest going reasonably fast.
Thank you so much, sir. there we heard from a gentleman not voting at the Parika Secondary School, but he in fact did brought persons who are registered to vote here this morning. One of the things that you will see, one of the features that you will see at polling stations this morning is in fact one location could have more than one polling stations. So earlier we were at the Lenora Technical Institute and there we had just about 4 polling stations. So when persons come here, they're not going to one specific line. They'll first have to identify themselves at the gate and they will be directed to which polling station their name appears on that list, because electors are required to vote in the district, in the area where they're registered and where their names appear on the list. Still bringing you live coverage here this morning. We did see some observers here from International Observation Mission, from the EU, from the Carter Center at this very location here this morning. As I said, Region 3 is one of the more populated regions across Guyana, broken up into 3 districts alongside other populated regions like Region 4 and Region 6, yet 1 returning officer, but 3 supernumerary returning officers will now report to that returning officer, who will then report to the Guyana Elections Commission. More voters exiting the polling station this morning. Would you like to comment on how the process went this morning, sir?
It was real good.
Really good. A voter telling us that the process here this morning went really good. And we're still bringing you coverage. This is Parika on the east bank of Essequibo, and we'll be covering grounds along the west bank of Demerara and the west coast of Demerara. For now, I will hand you back to Neil Marks in studio as we continue to provide coverage in the field.
Thank you very much, Kurt. And we can go to the East Bank to check on the situation there. We have Isanella Patro, who has now moved down from Maka to Diamond.
Good morning again. I am Isanella Patwa. We are still in Subdistrict 1, that is the East Bank of Demerara. And we are coming to you live this time from the Golden Grove and Diamond Primary School here on the East Bank, where we just witnessed a voter who collapsed while waiting to vote here this morning. The ambulance actually just arrived here at the primary school to take the woman to the hospital. She is doing okay. She was waiting in line, waiting to cast her ballot when she collapsed here today. We see now that she is walking towards the ambulance here at the Golden Grove and Diamond Primary School. She seems to be doing okay, and it doesn't appear to be anything serious or life-threatening at this moment. But the ambulance arrived a few minutes after this woman would have collapsed here at the Diamond and Diamond Grove Primary School. So we would have been visiting a number of polling stations at various locations here along the East Bank this morning, bringing you live coverage as soon as polls open at 6 a.m. The process so far at all of these locations that we have visited have been relatively smooth, except for here where this young lady just collapsed. Like I said earlier, that she is doing fine. The ambulance is at the school to take her to the hospital for further medical treatment. This is one of 2,000 polling stations across the country that opened promptly at 6 a.m. today for the over 750,000 registered voters to cast their ballots all across Guyana in this year's regional and general elections. This is the Diamond Grove Primary School here on the East Bank, Subdistrict 1 in these elections. We see here a few minutes ago that an elector who was waiting in line to cast her ballot collapsed, and the ambulance arrived here promptly to take her to the hospital. She was also promptly assisted by other persons waiting in line, as well as the police officer stationed at one of the polling stations here, as well as the security guard at the school, and she appears to be doing fine. This is the largest voting district here in this elections, District 4 or Region 4, with over 300,000 registered voters registered in this year's election to cast their ballots. At every polling station that we have visited so far, there is a police officer present at each of those polling stations. We spoke to two presidential candidates for two parties. That is Azruddin Mohammed of the We Invest in Nationhood, WIN, new political party, as well as Nigel Hughes, the leader for the Alliance for Change and the presidential candidate for that party. Both of the presidential candidates, Azruddin Mohammed and Nigel Hughes, reported that the process was relatively smooth. However, for Azruddin, he said that it was a bit slow for him, and while Nigel Hughes said that there was blackout at his polling station. We will continue to bring you more updates from this polling station as well as others across the country today, throughout the day and the coming days. We see here at the Golden Grove and the Diamond Primary School, there are a number of polling stations here with long lines of persons waiting to cast their ballots. It is just about 2 hours now that polls opened across here and across the country at various polling stations. The process appears to be going relatively smooth at all of the locations that we have visited so far. And here on the East Bank, the mood is calm. There's been no disruptions of the voting process at this polling station, at the others that we visited, which includes the Eckles Nursery School and the Lions Club of Central Demerara at Moko on the East Bank. We will continue to bring you more coverage today, the days following, when the results will be announced. And the incident that happened here today that I reported earlier, where a young lady collapsed while she was waiting to cast her ballot here at the Golden Grove Diamond Primary School. The ambulance arrived and she is being taken care of. She is okay. It did not appear to be that she suffered any major or life-threatening issues, but she was assisted promptly by other voters waiting in line, as well as the police officers stationed here and the security guard at this polling place. It is now just about 2 hours since polls opened here today in these regional and general elections to elect a new government, as well as regional democratic councils all across Guyana. I am Isanella Patwa, coming to you from the Golden Grove Diamond Primary School here on the East Bank. We will continue along this district, which is sub-district 1 of District 4, East Bank, Demerara, and bring you more coverage and let you know throughout the day what's happening. But so far, like I said, the process has been relatively smooth. There's been no major disruptions to the voting process. The persons we spoke to said that it was smooth. They had no issues finding their names to where they registered to vote. There is also a help desk or an information desk at all of the stations that we would have visited to assist persons in finding their polling station or to find out if they are registered to vote here. But persons can also visit the Guyana Elections Commission GECOM website and input their name and their date of birth to find out where they are registered to vote. Polling stations will be closed at 6 p.m. this evening, so persons have a long time to get out there and cast their ballots. The process is moving smooth here with no major disruptions except for the young woman that collapsed earlier today. All right, thank you so much for joining us here at the Golden Grove Diamond Primary School on the East Bank of Demerara. I am Isanella Patwa, and back to you, Neil.
This is our ongoing coverage of elections 2025. We're 3 hours in, it's just after 8 in Guyana, and 2 hours since polls opened for voting. Isanella just mentioned in her report that she is in sub-district 1 of District 4 in these elections, and that's because from the last elections in 2020 to now, there have been changes to the country's main elections laws, and that's to allow for a more efficient process of tabulating and reporting the results of these elections. District 4 is the largest district, and you would remember from the last elections, those results took forever to come in, and of course there was the attempt to rig the elections by the then government and key officials of the Guyana Elections Commission. And so the current government took legislation to the National Assembly to sort of reform that process to allow for a more efficient and smoother flow. So in District 4, the clusters of polling stations have been divided into sub-districts. So in Region 4, there are 4 sub-districts, and the head of each sub-district is called a supernumerary officer. Otherwise, they're called district returning officers. So for every district in the country, there is what is called the DRO, or the district returning officer. They are responsible for all the polling stations in their district. But in the case of Region 4, that has been split into 4. In Region 3, I think it's been split into 3, and in Region 6 similarly, to have some sort of easier flow when it comes time to tabulating these results. You may know that after people cast their ballots at individual polling stations today, a count takes place at those polling stations, and then a statement of poll, the SOP, is produced, and that SOP then goes to the district office. In the case of Regions 3, 4, and 6, that goes to the supernumerary officer, or the person in charge of that particular district. It can also go directly to the district returning officer. It is there that those results will then be tabulated, so they count the numbers, the totals from each polling station to arrive at the results of these elections. On Sunday, the chief elections officer said that he expects that there would be a public declaration in all districts by the end of Wednesday. So realistically, we expect to have an official declaration of these results by Thursday morning. At each polling station, at every polling station, every 2,790 of them, there's to be a public declaration of the results at each polling station. Once that is done, then the statement of poll is posted outside of the polling station, and because it's a public declaration, anyone can really go and see what are the results for their areas once polls have closed and the elections officials at that polling station would have counted the votes cast in these elections. So that's where we're at this point in time. For the morning, we have seen voting by 3 presidential candidates: Nigel Hughes of the AFC, Azruddin Mohammed of WIN, and also Aubrey Norton of APNU. We can replay this video of his comments just after he finished voting.
First thing, I had to object to how they placed the voting booth. The law says that the scrutineers must see the body of the person voting, though they mustn't be able to see where they, except for one of the buildings, all the rest were wrong. So I had them change, and I'm going to ask our chief scrutineer to send out a general notice to say to people they should stop the voting if they cannot see the person. Because you could tell me the person putting a cell phone there, if the person has 2 cell phones. So that is the first thing. Outside of that, it looks normal.
with or to recommend the stopping or stop the
A
vote?
scrutiny, the person, the agent, can reject it, and the law says that once an agent is appointed, they have to be in the process. So if they object going forward, who will sign the statement of polling soon? So there is power that inherent in it that could be utilized.
No, I know you had a long campaign, but now that you've got the ballot, as of today, what will these elections mean for you and your party?
Well, it means more for the people of Ghana than me. I would say these elections are critical because it's an opportunity to ensure there's a reallocation of the resources that come from oil to the people of Guyana, rather than the present approach in which most of the resources go to family, friends, and favorites. The second thing that makes these elections important is that the government has launched on a path of directing, dominating, and controlling public servants, everyone. So in some regard, a victory for us is a victory for freedom. The other thing that I think this election should be recognized for is that it is the first full election, I would say, the first general and regional elections after the utilization of oil resources. And we had the opportunity to point out to the Guyanese people that the resources from oil and gas are not meeting them. And therefore, we undertook to ensure that those resources meet the people of Ghana with our people-centered development strategy.
Mr. Northwood, last night we heard of persons transporting ballot boxes to bordering communities, along with members of the joint services coming under attack. Could you respond to that, sir?
Well, first of all, I'm always in solidarity with our joint services, but this government has enough resources to purchase boats that have some kind of protection. Imagine in this modern era, with oil in wanton numbers, you have people in a wooden boat that a bullet goes through it, it sinks. Additionally, I've always argued, even when I met President Ali, that we need to have the technology installed at the border areas so that you can keep up to date with what is happening on the border and not have to wait till what happens if they shot everybody in that boat? There's no mechanism for the government to know until somebody come up with it. So we have to use the technology to dispose of to ensure that we can secure our borders. And so I would say the soldiers are at a disadvantage. The other thing is that the government has whittled down the training of the Ghana Defense Force. I think we need to ramp it up. There was a time when the Ghana Defense Force was one of the best in jungle warfare. Now, if couple puku men are developing the guts to attack you, it is saying that they don't have respect for you. And therefore, I believe we need to put the training to where it was in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, so that any action, people would recognize that you have well-equipped soldiers there that could deal with it. As it stands, it seems to be a free-for-all. Anybody with a bad man name could come, do what they want, and go about their business. And you get a report from the chief of staff saying we're monitoring it, all is good. It's the day when it becomes fatal, then we will.
Mr. Norton, you earlier talked about the reallocation of oil resources. Sir, regardless of how this election goes, Guyana will continue to earn more revenue from the oil sector in the coming years. Politically speaking, where do you stand with respect to any sort of shared governance or executive power sharing so that the country can manage the resources collectively? At least that's what some people want.
I have no problem with shared governance, but don't forget, shared governance is part of what is consociational democracy. And there are various types of shared governance. So to just say shared governance, for instance, you can do weighted majority voting, meaning that if you're going to pass a measure, it has to have a certain percentage of the opposition, a certain percentage of the government. And that is a good mechanism to ensure that there is compromise and consensus. But people tend to restrict power sharing to sharing of government positions. There are a number of approaches to shared governance. I embrace shared governance as a concept, but will be very meticulous as it comes to which one of the systems of shared governance we will use, or if we will come up with a hybrid, kind of an eclectic approach where we pull from.
Thank you. That's all. Can we have the coordinator, please?
I didn't remember it.
You are looking at Aubrey Norton, the presidential candidate of APNU. His comments just after voting this morning at the Plaisance Secondary School. He was there before the opening of polls at 6 and cast his ballot just after, talking with reporters there. We can now join the newsroom's Lizina Yearwood, who is at the F.E. Pollard Primary School in Georgetown, where elections observers from the Carter Center are there, and they're due to speak with the media shortly. Lizina, can you tell us what is happening on the ground?
Hi, Neil. Thank you again for getting on to me here. So the Carter Center here, they are present here at the F.E. Pollard Primary School. There are a few observers currently on the ground. We can see them from outside of the polling station where we are. Outside of the premises, that is. And these persons, we can see that they are indeed observing what is happening in the process here today. We're also seeing that there are lots of voters still in lines here waiting to cast their ballots. There doesn't seem to be much issues happening. However, upon arrival here at this school, there was a concern by a voter about persons who are living with disabilities and being able to access. Of course, these persons were aided and have been able to cast their ballot since we've arrived here, at least.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lizina. And of course, we will join you back a bit later to find out what the Carter Center has had to say about these elections. Lizina Yearwood reporting there from the F.E. Pollard Primary School. Of course, the Carter Center has had a very long history in Guyana. Importantly, it was President Jimmy Carter who many say was instrumental in having Guyana return to free and fair elections in 1992. President Carter recently passed away. The Carter Center, which has been monitoring elections across the world, is now run by his son Jason Carter, who is in Guyana to observe these elections. The Carter Center has been invited to observe elections in Guyana since that critical one in 1992. As I mentioned, the last time around, the then APNU government refused to let them back in for the recount process during that electoral process, in which there needed to be a recount. That elections in 2020 having a 5-month impasse, they were not allowed to come back into Guyana. The government at the time used the excuse of COVID not to have them return to Guyana. They had observed voting on elections day, but then they left and were unable to get back into the country. They were invited by this government to return to Guyana. The invitation went out in April 2024 for them to return to Guyana to observe these elections, and they began gathering experts from the United States, Georgia, and the United Kingdom to come to Guyana for the initial process. And now on the ground, they have a number of observers and experts on elections here in Guyana for voting this September 1st, 2025. Here now is a reminder of the number of voters by district who are registered to vote in these elections. this is the newsroom, and we're continuing our live coverage of elections 2025. Sharda Bacchus has been looking at the voting process on the East Bank of Demerara, and she joins us now in studio. Sharda, tell us what you were able to see this morning.
Of course, Neil. So we were out from like 4:15 this morning. I've started basically from the Upper East Bank. I visited locations such as Covent Garden, Mocha, and Diamond, along with some other small locations. Basically, the process has been quite smooth. There have been no hiccups, no reports of any hiccups heard at the time that I was there. Persons were trickling in at some locations. Other locations, persons were lined up and basically anxious to cast their votes.
Did you sense any sort of unease? I asked you earlier, like, is the place tense or is it not?
No, based on my observation, I would say it was quite calm.
Is this different from other elections that you were involved in?
At least it's not what I was expecting. I myself, I was surprised as to what I was seeing, how smoothly the process was, proceeding. And I was hoping to hear from at least one person that they would tell me, like, I went into this polling station, I've asked questions like, hey, did you had any difficulties with like finding your name on the list and what's not? And everybody have been just getting feedback like, the process was smooth. I just went in and I came out within a minute.
And why do you suppose that was the case? I mean, a lot of parties have said that they have, tried to engage people and educate them. Do you sense that is why the process is so smooth today?
I think, that has a lot to do with it. But also I think it has to do with, it starts from GECOM being organized and ensuring that all the necessary systems are in place to ensure a smooth, fair and transparent process for these elections.
And what about voting by people who are differently able?
Like I told you earlier, for the time that I was in the field this morning for like about 4 hours, I didn't notice any differently able person showing up at the locations that I was, but I noticed that there were arrangements in place to cater for them should they show up.
The newsroom's Sharda. Sharda, thank you very much for your reporting today. And of course, we'll keep checking in with you as you go to other polling stations today. You're watching the newsroom as we continue to cover elections 2025.
Good morning again, viewers. We're coming to you live now from the Monrepo Primary School on the east coast of Demerara. This is one of the polling places, and just to clarify something I said earlier, there are over 2,700 polling stations all across the country. This is one of the polling places and their polling stations inside. And we have a family here with us. They just cast their ballots and they're here to talk to us. Tell us about the process that unfolded inside today.
All right, so I would say the process was very transparent, smooth, and it was a quick process. And I encourage everybody to come out and vote today.
Okay. It's just about, let's say, 8:30. What time did you come and what time did you get through?
Okay, so I just came like in past 5 minutes and I got through very quick. I was like, from now it was like 3 minutes after. Yeah, it was a very smooth process, transparent and quick.
Is this your first time voting?
Yeah, I am a first-time voter.
And you have with you your family. Tell us about your family.
All right, so this is my brother. He's a first-time voter also. The process is very smooth for him too. This is my mom.
The process was easy.
Yeah.
Process was easy.
Come tell me about. This is obviously not your first elections.
No.
So can you come join us here, and tell us a bit about the process. Tell us what happened when you went inside and what
It
happened.
was easy. Everything was easy. I just swear because I had a passport. Everything was easy.
Okay. Or do you have a message for voters today?
Come out and vote.
Thank you very much, dear. Oh, so this is a family of 2 sons, the mom, the dad, and their 2 sons. They came here to the Monrepo Primary School to cast their ballots on E-Day 2025. Now we're continuing to bring you live coverage of our Election Day activities from all across the country. And now I'm joining you from the Monrepo Primary School. Of course, I was previously in Plaisance. And at Plaisance, we saw quite a number of persons going in to cast their ballots, and that was a smooth process. There was a huge crowd. There was a sizable crowd at Plaisance, and we saw persons go in and out quite quickly. Now we have Mr. Anil Nandlal just coming here at Monrepo. Mr. Nandlal, can you join us to give us a quick comment? Mr. Nandlal will join us shortly. He's heading inside. Mr. Nandlal, of course, represents the People's Progressive Party Civic, and he has served as Ghana's Attorney General, my apologies, over the past 5 years. Mr. Nandlal going inside to observe the processes unfolding there. But from our position outside here, we can only see persons coming out after casting their ballots. Just have to pull in the corner here, a vehicle is coming. We just heard from a family. They said the process of voting took them just about 5 minutes, so it was a smooth and efficient process for them as well. Now, Monrepo is still part of Region 4, and Region 4, of course, has the largest voting population. There are over 323,000 registered voters for this region, and of course, nationally, that's across all 10 administrative regions. There are over 757,000 persons expected to vote today. Those are the registered voters for today, and those persons can vote at over 2,700 polling stations all across the country. Now, we've been bringing you live coverage since early this morning, since before voting started at 6 o'clock, and we've seen so far that GECOM staff are in place. Police officers are also in place. Of course, officers voted before, and they're now on standby working at polling stations all across the country, providing necessary support as these election day activities unfold. Now, what we heard from the Chief Elections Officer, Vishnu Prasad, says that there are over 8,000 police officers all across the country, and they will be providing necessary support today. Of course, there are over 13,000 polling day staff. And additionally, just to give you some more numbers, since we're talking about numbers, there are also over 500 local observers and over 200 international observers. And those are all persons you will be seeing at polling stations across the country today. Of course, observers, like party agents, are there to observe the process and ensure that the process is unfolding in a transparent way and to allow everyone a fair chance at casting their ballot today. So that's it with our coverage here for now. I'm Bishani Raghiber. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishani. We can now go further down on the East Coast, where our reporter Avinash Ramzan, he is in Enmore, and he can give us a sense of what is happening there. Avinash?
Thank you very much, Neil, and good morning to all of those tuning to our live coverage of election. A smooth sailing generally in Enmore so far. A number of polling stations have been set up across the community, and what has been the general thing is that a lot of persons have gone out very early this morning. It has been generally smooth, as I said, and there haven't been a build-up of persons at these stations. It has been very quick process. People have gone in, cast their ballot, come out back, and they're basically back home and, reflecting on what will take place here today and the possible outcome of these elections. But as I said, people have been coming out very, very early. Of course, this is a community that has been known to wake up early because of the sugarcane community, an estate here, and a lot of persons would wake up early to get to work. So this is nothing new for them, and they've been out very early. A lot of first-time voters as well, Neil, and they've been very eager to exercise their franchise and ensure that they have a say at these elections. It's generally very smooth so far, and no issues to report at this point in time.
Thank you, Avinash. Obviously, I'm a student. I'm not able to get a sense of what's happening outside. I was asking Sharda early on about the general mood of the place. It seems a bit different than previous elections. I wondered what it's like at Enmore.
Well, it's a very somber mood. Today being a holiday as well, a lot of persons are back home and maybe just tuning into the different platforms. Everybody now is streaming to their different platforms, and people are tuning in to see exactly what is happening, what's going to be the outcome. Previous elections, you would see people gathering at the street corners and talking about different things and talking about the politics of the day. But we haven't seen that in Enmore this time. A lot of persons are basically back home. They went out early, and they're basically tuned into their, the different devices, ensuring that they keep abreast with what is happening in their community, of course, and across the other regions.
Thank you very much, Avinash, and we'll check in with you, of course, later on. We understand that you're traveling down to cover some other villages along the East Coast. Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
Avinash Ramzan there reporting for us from Enmore. Of course, we have our reporters fanned out across the different communities to bring you live coverage of these elections. So we can now join Kurt Campbell, who is on the east bank of Essequibo. He was just at Parika and coming down to cover other polling stations.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you, viewers, for staying tuned to our live broadcast of voting across Guyana, bringing you really comprehensive coverage of polling in several regions, several districts here across Guyana, as I mentioned earlier. I know we've repeatedly been hearing so far since polls open at 6 a.m. We've repeatedly been hearing about how smooth, about how peaceful the process is. And you will continue to hear that throughout the day, because that's exactly the experience on the ground, the experience of voters at polling stations across regions. And right now we are on the east bank of Essequibo at Farm. We have been speaking to voters, and the reports on the experience inside of those polling stations are particularly the same. But I want to talk a little bit this morning about the spirit of community and what I've noticed in terms of persons bringing out the elderly to vote and persons living with disability to vote. We spoke to a man earlier when we made a stop at Parika who said that he has not voted as yet, but he has been busy on the road using his vehicle to bring to polling places those persons who are shut in and without transportation. And right here at Farm, just moments ago, we witnessed the children of a woman and a man getting them into this polling station this morning, even though they are on wheelchairs, to ensure that they exercise their franchise and participate in this process that is unfolding across the country. Similarly, like other polling stations, the mood here is a bit upbeat when you speak to voters, especially those early voters. They are particularly excited about their participation in this process. But what we have noticed as we move around is that while we observe the process as media personnel, we are also witnessing on the ground observers from several local and international observation missions also observing this process, and they will comment later on the process, making their way into this polling station at Farm. Presently is observers from the United Kingdom, and they will be going in. They are accredited. They have been invited by the government of Guyana to observe this process and to really comment on it afterwards, to say how credible it has gone, how smoothly it had gone. And important in the role of observers in this process is to also make recommendations on how the electoral body, the Guyana Elections Commission, can better its systems for future elections. These observers will in fact look to ensure that all statutory requirements, all legal requirements for the smooth, peaceful, efficient, orderly voting across the country is in place. Those observers will give their assessment after the close of polls today. Like I said this morning, really impressed with the spirit of the community at work. Even on our way here, there are persons who are helping voters to find their names on the list and to direct them to which polling stations they need to go. Like I mentioned earlier, one polling place could in fact have more than one polling station. And a gentleman told us earlier of going to one polling station, couldn't find his name, but having to go to a next one because names at polling places are split alphabetically according to the list. So you may be required to go to a different polling station, although your name is on the list for a specific polling place. So persons helping from political parties, helping persons to find those polling stations, but inside of the polling stations and polling sites specifically, we have agents from political party also observing that process alongside observers and commenting on that process and ensuring that everything done here today is done according to statutory and legal requirements. Of course, if there are any incidents, they will have an opportunity to raise objections and have those incidents addressed. But so far, at all of the polling stations we have visited this morning, no reports of incidents, just the recurring theme that the process has been smooth, that the process has been peaceful so far, and also speaking to early voters, sounding the alarm, sounding the encouragement to those persons at home to come out and participate in this process. Today is in fact, was declared by the government a national holiday, and while some persons still would be required to work, the majority of the citizenry, they are not working today. What we will notice later this morning is voting by President Dr. Irfan Ali in this very district. We've already seen the president's mother voted already and some other notable figures. The current Minister of Education, Priya Manichand, she is in fact a regional representative from Region 3, and I also spotted on her social media page that she has posted a picture indicating that she has already participated in this process and encouraging persons to also come out and participate in this process. Even as we observe this process here today in District 3, where there are some 116,000 voters registered to cast their ballots in this region, those figures are a little higher than the figures in 2020, the last general and regional elections Guyana held. In 2020, we had roughly just over 100,000 voters from this district, District 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, registered to vote and participating in that process. The exit polls showed that the turnout for Region 3 at those elections were just around 70 to 72%, and that was on par with the national turnout for this particular district in 2020, right around that 72% voter turnout. We will not be able to comment on voter turnout until after the elections. At some of the polling stations that we've visited, we've seen some amount of lines, not too long lines, but what I could say definitely is that there seems to be a steady flow of persons coming to these polling stations to cast their ballots and to participate in this process. This region was in fact won by the People's Progressive Party Civic in the 2020 elections, the PPP securing just about 65% of the votes in this region in 2020 and securing from that 2 seats in the National Assembly. As I said, the Minister of Education is one of the regional representatives for this region. The APNU coming in with just about 35% of the votes in the 2020 elections and securing 1 seat in the National Assembly. That representative was in the person of Ganesh Mahaipal, who is now the vice presidential candidate for the APNU. The APNU contested those elections in 2020 alongside the Alliance for Change. In these elections, they are contesting the polls separately. So we're noticing some voters exiting the polling station, making their way out after casting their ballots at this polling place here this morning. We will continue to move around on the west coast of Demerara, on the east bank of Essequibo, on the west bank of Demerara as we're covering this district. And we will continue to bring you updates as the process unfolds throughout today. Region 3 is one of the larger and more populated regions, and for that reason, the Guyana Elections Commission decided in these elections to divide this region, and they've divided this region into 3 sub-districts. Similarly, that has happened in Region 4 and Region 6. Those are also highly populated region, Region 4 leading in terms of the amount of electors registered to vote. So as I said, we will continue to bring you coverage from District 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara. I encourage you to stand by later this morning. We will bring you live coverage of President Dr. Irfan Ali and his wife, Arya Ali, casting their ballots, and they will do so at Lenora. So we'll make our way down shortly, but we will continue to bring you live coverage. At this time, I hand you back to Neil Marks in studio.
Thank you very much, Kurt. And as Kurt mentioned, we are trying our very best to give you a comprehensive look at what is happening across the country as Guyanese vote in these elections for a new government. Undertaking this exercise is a very complicated and a very tedious exercise for the Guyana Elections Commission because of the different geography of Guyana. The coast is pretty easy. Going along the hilly sand and clay belt is also easy, but when you get into, for example, the Pacaraima Mountains or the rivers in Region 7 and 1, things can get a bit complicated. You may have noted the reports last evening by the joint services that a boat of soldiers and policemen escorting ballot boxes and GECOM officials to polling places in the Cuyuni River came under attack from gunfire from the Venezuelan side. Of course, that was quickly condemned. The joint services saying that no personnel were injured and no elections material was damaged. But it just gives you a sense of how complicated at times this exercise can get. And of course, during the day, as we try to cover these elections, we will try to give you a picture of what is happening in, for example, regions 8, 9, and 1, and 7, which we haven't been able to tap into as yet, but we will try our best to bring you that coverage. There are 2,790 polling stations that GECOM has set up across the country, including those border locations. Some of them, for example, very hard to reach, like Parima, the only village of the Aracuna people in Guyana. But we will try to make some contact with them later in the day, and also from those border communities to check on how the voting process has gone in those communities. And we'll continue to go, obviously, during the day as polls close until 6 p.m. to give everyone, those who are interested in voting, the opportunity to do so. This is the newsroom, and we're covering elections 2025. You're watching the newsroom as we continue to cover elections 2025. We can join now Akeem Green, who has been traveling along the Linden-Soosdyke Highway. Akeem is now at the Long Creek Nursery School. Akeem, can you tell us what you're seeing there?
Well, at first, just as I arrived, they indicated many of their family members and whatnot would have actually came out at the opening of polls. So probably a bit earlier, there was a queue. But speaking to just a couple of persons who here indicated the process was quite smooth, and the only reason that they're remaining outside of the compound of the polling place is that they're expecting some other family members for them. But then just based on what they were saying, that it was quite smooth. They entered, they did the usual checks that would happen on E-Day. They voted and they were back out in a couple of minutes. So even along coming up the highway and along the East Bank as well, you'd have seen some persons queuing up outside, but those are probably at schools where there are multiple polling places. So there's a polling place where everyone is, but there are probably more polling stations within those places. So probably those situations where you have more than one polling station at a venue, a crowd or mostly populated places like in Diamond, etc. But as I guess you leave the East Bank and you venture more on the highway, some schools are close to the highway. You could see not much person, but you would see the police presence. You would see some people in and out. But thus far, even for myself personally, voting in Georgetown, it's quite a fast and a smooth process, to vote thus far.
Thank you very much, Akeem, and we will keep touch with you, obviously, as you head further down to give us a sense of what is happening in the wider Region 10. Akeem Green there reporting for us from the Long Creek Nursery School on the Linden-Soosdyke Highway. We go now to Isanella Patwa, who is in Diamond on the east bank of the Demerara.
Good morning again, and I'm Isanella Patwa coming to you this time from the Diamond Secondary School here on the east bank of Demerara, or Subdistrict 1. The process here appears to be smooth and steady, with a few persons coming and going after casting their ballot. There are about 8 polling stations within this one polling place here at this location. There's been no major reports of disruptions of the voting process, where persons are casting their ballots in the 2025 general and regional elections. We are in Subdistrict 1 of District 4, where we are bringing you live coverage from a number of polling stations and places that we will be visiting throughout the day. This is the Diamond Secondary School, where the process is relatively smooth. Persons are getting to cast their ballots within minutes of being allowed to do so, with no disruptions here. I am Isanella Patwa. We are currently on the East Bank, bringing you coverage from a number of polling stations in this area. We visited a number of polling stations earlier, as early as 6 a.m. when polls opened at the Eckles Nursery School, where the win presidential candidate Asruddin Mohammed cast his ballot, as well as Alliance for Change presidential candidate Nigel Hughes. There's been no reports of any disruptions at either of those polling stations, while both presidential candidates said that the process was a bit slow. We're not seeing many lines outside of polling stations in this district, because I would suspect that it's because of how GECOM is running this election smoothly and with their well-trained staff, of course. We are going to be moving to other locations, bringing you updates in real time about what's happening there. You can continue to stay tuned to our social media pages, our website, and E1 on eNetworks to get a live feed and a mood of what's happening. So far, there's been no reports of disruptions to the voting process along the East Bank as well as other parts of the country where we are bringing you coverage. I am Isanalo Patwa. This is the outside of the Diamond Secondary School polling place, where there are a number of polling stations, and the process here is moving smoothly. At each of the polling stations that we would have visited, there are police stationed there to ensure that the polling station is secured as well as the process is moving along smoothly. Thank you, and back to you, Neil.
We're joined now on the newsroom by Lazina Yearwood, who has been reporting for us from around Georgetown. Lazina, again, I wanted to ask you about the things that you have seen this morning.
Right, thank you for having me again today. So in Georgetown, we're seeing a little bit of trickling of persons coming out. They are coming out throughout the hours. They are coming out in smaller crowds than expected or than anticipated. However, they are showing up and they are casting their ballots. So far, we have visited several parts of Central and North Georgetown. That includes Christchurch Secondary, St. John's College. We've also been to Sophia, as I mentioned earlier, and also Campbellville Secondary School. Those places earlier in the morning around just before the polls were open had some action, including some of the GECOM staff being there and obviously preparing for the opening of the polls. Since then, we've seen a few people cast their ballots and they've left, and more are coming out. Of course, again, it is not in huge crowds, but they are coming out and we are seeing them going to the polls.
Have people been complaining?
Less than likely. We had one point where the media, that is, was told of a situation where a person with a disability needed some assistance. Of course, that assistance was rendered because, again, every person is, it's their constitutional right to vote. So they are being assisted in ways, in whatever ways they need to be.
And you've just come from the F.E. Pollard Primary School where the Carter Center spoke with the media. Can you tell us some of the things they said?
Yes, of course. So the chief of the mission, Jason Carter, he was there, of course, and he addressed the reporters on the ground there. Basically, he has expressed again that while they are on the ground, they are, of course, observing what is happening. So far, again, the report that we have been told from them as of this moment, it is a smooth flow. Of course, it is only a couple hours in, but they're also hopeful that the rest of the day will go just as smooth. They have also indicated that by September 3rd, that they should be able to have a preliminary statement based on what they would have observed during this 2025 general and regional election.
Thank you very much, Lazina, and we'll continue to keep touch with you during the day.
Great, thank you, Neil.
This is the newsroom, and we're covering elections 2025. Voting in elections 2025 is continuing all across Guyana. We can now go to Cariveton on the Quarantine Coast, where the mayor, Mr. Imran Amin, has voted, and he spoke with reporters.
Yeah. You go in, the clerk collected your ID card, take your name off the check list from the voters list. You go to the PO or the other designated clerk. They take your ID card, They enlighten you how to vote. At the same time, they show you how to fold the ballot. You proceed, you vote, come back, you put your ballot, you hold the ballot, tuck your finger into the ink, and drop your ballot in the box. A minute process.
Well, that's
of course it is
and,
a smooth.
do you suppose the turnout is going to be later on in the day, or is it that people are just coming along as they get their work done at home and just hoping that they will not catch a crowd, but they may themselves end up in a crowd later on?
I think that because of the way the process is going and because of the smoothness that is happening, there won't be a build-up of crowd at this station at least, because it takes you a minute. So you get a person in and out in a minute, I don't think you're going to have crowd
And there are probably
building
several
up. That has to vote at this one particular polling place is on the voters list is about 200 and not 319, but you don't have that amount in actuality.
Okay, so it's one of the smaller polling stations
Yes,
around.
yes.
Okay, and so you're fortunate.
Yes, I live right close by, 2 houses away from here.
All right, and so Miss Mia, what can you tell us of your own personal opinion?
Well, it depends on what you want to know.
Well, what are your projections, if you don't mind, if we can put you on the spot?
Well, my projection is that the PPP is definitely going to win this election. That's my projection.
Well, I see in your red chart.
The PPP is going to win this election. That's my projection.
And
I will give you a scenario. This is like a race with Usain Bolt, Bailey, and the other guy, where Usain Bolt is already at the finish line, and the two of them deciding who is going to bring second or third.
And so it comes as to who be coming in second or third.
It just depends on who did more work, who put in the extra effort to get more work. That is the person who is going to be in the second place.
So the official opposition.
And again, I'm going to say, it depends on the amount of work they put in and the support they garner from the public.
So
I have a lot of work to do. I got to ensure every one of our supporters within the district of Corriverton is out and voted. Although I am designated to this particular area, but my task stretches across Corriverton, and I have to ensure that is my task, and I have to. The PPP government has to remain there, go for a second term, president year finale, and it is my duty to ensure that I have all our supporters to come out and vote solidly for the cup. No, this is always a quiet area, and I would speak for basically the entire Region 6. There is not much of an uproar that happens when the result is very dissatisfied with the result. They are, but at the end of the day, life goes on. Everybody has to return to what they're doing.
And so you would probably say that measures are in place that any.
Of course. That is a commitment by the government to ensure if there's an unrest in any one of these areas, measures are in place to take care of that.
We're just looking at the mayor of Corriverton, Imran Amin, after he cast his vote there at the number 79 Municipal Nursery School. As we mentioned earlier, the Carter Center is among international observers for these elections. They spoke with reporters at the F.E. Pollard Primary School in Georgetown. We can now bring you footage from that interaction.
Good morning, my name is Jason Carter. I'm the chair of the Carter Center, and I'm the leader of this Carter Center election observation mission here in Guyana. It's a great honor for us to be here to observe the Guyanese people as they select their leaders. And as we know, the Carter Center has been here for many, many elections in this country, and we are honored again to be here. This morning we sent observers into the polling stations in every single region. And this evening we'll have people in every single tabulation center for the next couple of days. And so we feel excellent about our team that's come in. And of course, there's a consortium of other international observers that are also here. So we've been coordinating with them as well, and we've had the opportunity to meet with the leadership of a number of the political parties and to be here. Although we have a limited mission, we've been here for some weeks to observe the pre-election process, and we'll be here through the tabulation process. So far, our observers have been well treated, and we are excited about this day. We're not going to draw any conclusions, of course, until after the day is over and then after the tabulation process is complete. We do plan to issue a preliminary statement on Wednesday, September 3rd, where we can reflect on the election day and the tabulation process through then, and then we'd issue a full report once we have a chance to really compile all of the information and observe the full process to its completion. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer some questions if anyone has any.
Any issues so far? Any reports of any issues at polling stations?
No, one of the things that's very important for all of us is that we want to make sure we are drawing conclusions based on evidence and not based on rumors. So when we hear things, we try to go see with our own eyes what's happening. So we have thus far only had limited reports even of good things, right? So we haven't had a chance to observe any rumors, but so far so good. It's 8 o'clock or 8:30 in the morning. So, but we expect that today will be a smooth process. Again, our goal is to observe the entire process and then make comments. But also the key to this day is to make sure that everybody in the country is making decisions and conclusions based on evidence and not just rumors.
How many observers Carter Center is fielding?
We have approximately 40 observers, and then coupled with the other international observers, that's a good number of observers. And again, we'll be in every single region, and we'll have all of the tabulation centers covered. And our observers are going to be moving around throughout the day in each of the regions so that we'll have good coverage, we think, throughout the country. And of course, if we hear rumors or reports, we have the opportunity to go and check out some of those potential issues.
In your pre-election report, you expressed concern about, not concern, but called on GECOM for it to detail the tabulation process. Are you satisfied with the explanation given by the Chief Elections Officer, Mr. Vishnu Prasad, detailing that process?
So look, at the end of the day, the law is the law, and the legal framework is provided by this country itself. And so we can make our commentary as it goes, but we've had a great relationship with GECOM. They've been open to us, and they have listened in a variety of contexts to the issues that we've identified, and we feel good that all of the parties are going to be present for the tabulation process. The parties understand well the rules. GECOM's staff understands well the rules, and so we believe that we have no reason to think it's not going to be a smooth process.
Jason Carter of the Carter Center speaking with reporters there at the F.E. Pollard Primary School in Georgetown. We want to check in now back with Vishani Raghuber, who's covering the elections for us on the east coast of Demerara. She's now at Chateau Margaux.
Good morning again, viewers. I'm Vishani Raghuber, and I'm joining you once again with live coverage along the east coast of Demerara. And this time I'm at the Chateau Margaux Primary School, which is located at Chateau Margaux on the east coast of Demerara. Here, there's a decent crowd behind me. Persons are heading into the polling stations to cast their ballots. And with me, I have a voter who didn't vote at this polling station. He voted at Montrose, which is nearby, but he came here to assist a relative who has a disability to vote. So first, tell us about your experience voting.
It was okay, it was smooth, everything go nice, and it's still early, but we hope that the day can be a better day and everything goes smooth, and whatever the result, we asking everybody to accept it and that we move on, building the country to a better stage.
Sure. So we were talking earlier, and you told me that you came to Success, to the Chateau Margaux Primary School, to assist your brother-in-law,
Yeah,
brother-in-law who has a disability. Tell us, how was the process of voting for him?
Was good. he do what he have to do. They try the best to how they can assist him because he have a disability, and thankful for it that he get to vote and everything was so smooth and calm. And asking everybody to come out and, introduce their rights. You understand? The right to vote to whoever they want to vote to.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
There you heard from a voter who voted at the Montrose Primary School, which is nearby, and we're reporting live from the Chateau Margaux Primary School, which is one of the polling places for today's E-Day activities. Now, of course, over 757,000 voters are expected to vote today. Those are the registered voters, and Chateau Margaux, like all of the other places I've been reporting from so far for the morning, is on the east coast of Demerara. And the east coast of Demerara, of course, is part of Region 4, which is Guyana's most populated region. The largest number of registered voters are also in this region. There are over 323,000 voters in this region alone, out of the total of over 557,000 voters. Now, just to tell you just a bit more again, if you're now joining us, about what's happening here at Chateau Margaux. Here in Chateau Margaux, we see a steady flow of persons going in and out. Persons are casting their ballots. Good morning. Would you be willing to talk to us about the process? We have a steady flow of persons going in and out, casting their ballots here at Chateau Margaux. There's several polling stations within this polling place. And what we've heard so far is that the process is unfolding in a smooth manner, as I have heard at other polling places along the east coast of Demerara. Of course, we're continuing our live coverage of the Elections Day activities all across the country, and that's it for me for now.
Thank you, Vishani. And we go over on the east bank of Demerara now to Diamond, where we have Isanella Patois.
Good morning once again. This is Isanella Patois coming to you live from the east bank of Demerara. This time we're coming to you live from the the Diamond Health Center, where we have a resident who just cast his ballot in the 2025 general and regional elections, Mr. Prasad. Mr. Prasad, thank you so much for joining us here today. Can you tell us, how was the process for you this morning?
Oh, the process was very smooth, and I would advise everyone to come out. And
What time did you come here? What time did you get to cast your vote?
like in half an hour, yes, in half an hour.
Okay. No major issues?
No issues, no problem. Everything is smooth.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That was Mr. Prasad, a resident of Diamond here on the east bank of Demerara. He is one of many voters who we've spoken to this morning along the east bank, who all reported that the process was smooth. There were some instances where the presidential candidates for two political parties, that is We Invest in Nationhood and the Alliance for Change, those presidential candidates reported that the process, while smooth, it was a bit slow. This is us coming to you live from the Diamond Health Center here on the east bank of Demerara, as we bring you coverage today, Guyana's general and regional elections from the east bank as well as other parts of the country. The process has been relatively smooth. It is now about 3 hours since polls opened with no major disruptions. Of course, polls will close at 6 p.m. this evening, after which the votes cast will be counted. The Ghana Elections Commission has said that the results could be known by September 3rd or the next day. We are bringing you updates. I'm on the East Bank, which is Sub-District 1 in District 4 of these elections. So far, like I've said before, there's been no major disruption to the voting process. Persons who visit the various polling stations where they are registered to vote and can vote have reported a very smooth process, a timely process at most cases. There is also a police presence at every single police station at every single polling station that we have visited, as well as an information desk to help voters identify where they can vote. a polling place, it is important to note that a polling place can have more than one polling stations, and there are over 2,000 polling stations all across Guyana where persons can cast their ballots in the 2025 general and regional elections. I am Isanello Patwa. Thank you for joining us, and we will continue to bring you more coverage along the East Bank and as the day progresses, as voting continues until the close of polls and the coming days after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isanella, reporting there from Diamond on the East Bank of Demerara. And as we have been reporting, these elections so far have been conducted in a peaceful manner, and the voting process has been smooth and efficient. Of course, it's just 3 hours into voting, and the hope is that things will continue that way. But there are some people who are intent on spreading mischief, and the Guyana Police Force has decided to come out with a statement warning against any such behavior. The police force on its Facebook page, Guyana Police Force, there you can check it, they've issued a statement that says, knowingly spreading false information with intent to create fear, panic, or public disorder constitutes an offense under Guyana's criminal law. The Guyana Police Force will act firmly against anyone who seeks to mislead or destabilize the public by spreading false information. I can actually read to you the full statement that they issued minutes ago. It says that under the Criminal Law Offences Act, Chapter 801, any person who incites others to commit wrongdoing or attempts to create unrest commits an offense and will be prosecuted. Under the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 802, it is also an offense for any person to aid, abet, or incite unlawful behavior. In addition, the Cybercrime Act, number 16 of 2018, makes it an offense to use a computer system or social media platform to knowingly spread false information or to incite hostility and public disorder, including the incitement of racial or ethnic hostility or the advocacy of violence or unrest. The police force says that these provisions apply whether the offender is in Guyana or overseas. If the effect of the act is felt in Guyana, the offense is prosecutable under Guyanese law. The Guyana Police Force, again, saying it will act firmly against anyone who seeks to mislead or destabilize the public by spreading false information. The police force is urging all citizens to be vigilant and to verify information before sharing it and to act responsibly at all times, particularly during the election period, in order to protect public safety and order. That very strong message from the Guyana Police Force. We can go back to Diamond on the East Bank of Demerara and join Isanella Patwa.
I'm coming to you live again from the Diamond Health Center where we are with Mr. McLean. Is it Mr. McLean? Yes, a resident of Diamond who just voted in the 2025 general and regional elections. Mr. McLean, how was the process for you?
Good morning. Good morning. It was quite fair and it was, easy. I got through quickly. I don't know my letter, and it took me less than 10 minutes, and I'm out of here.
What do you mean by letter?
My letter of my name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, it was a very short, and in less than 10 minutes, I'm out of here.
How was the process compared to other elections that you would have voted in?
It's like the same process of the other elections that I voted in. Yeah, so it's like quite smooth. It's quite smooth so far. Thank God that everything is.
Thank you so much, Mr. McLean.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you for holding my umbrella too.
All right.
All right, that was Mr. McLean, a resident of Diamond, who just voted in the regional and general elections for this year. He is also, like many other voters that we would have spoken to, is reporting a very smooth electoral process here on the East Bank in Electoral District, Sub-District 1. where this is part of the District 4, which is the largest voting district in the country, with over 300,000 registered voters registered to vote in these elections. A total of over 750,000 persons are registered to vote in these elections all across Guyana. This is just one of the polling stations. This is just one of the polling stations that voters will get the opportunity to vote up until 6 p.m. this afternoon. Like I said, this is the Diamond Health Center, where we will continue to visit this and many other polling stations across this sub-district 1 to bring you updates about the voting process. So far, like Mr. McLean just said, and the number of other voters we spoke to, the process has been smooth. There's been no disruption, and it's just about over 3 hours since polls opened promptly at 6 a.m. across the country. This is Isanella Patwa, and we'll continue to bring you more coverage on the East Bank and other parts of the country.
Now, before we joined Isanella Patwa, we were telling you about that very strong statement coming from the Guyana Police Force warning anyone against spreading any sort of information that could create panic. And that's especially so on this election day, September 1st, 2025. There are a number of offenses that people can go to jail for today, and so you want to be wary of those. Among them, of course, as we mentioned, spreading hate speech and organizing election-related violence. So far, in the 3.5 hours or so since voting started, we've not seen any major incidents. The voting process has gone on pretty smoothly. I do want to tell you about the other offenses that you can go to jail for, and that includes interfering with election officials, obstructing or threatening election workers. So none of that is allowed when you enter a polling station. You cannot damage electoral materials or remove or deface any of the signs that you see put up around the place. Of course, the very crucial or significant offense that you can commit on election day is trying to vote more than once and trying to impersonate someone. That is, casting a vote as someone else or using someone else's identification. You are looking at images as people line up to vote on this elections day. They're voting in general and regional elections, so those who are voting have been told to vote twice, once at the top, one at the bottom, for general and regional elections. We have been covering for District 4 the voting process along the East Bank, the East Coast, and Georgetown. Those are 3 sub-districts in which Region 4 or District 4 rather falls under. Since the last elections, as we mentioned before, some districts, the larger electoral districts, which correspond to the country's administrative regions, have been broken up, if you will, into separate divisions. So in region number 4, or district number 4, we have 4 sub-districts, and that is North Georgetown, South Georgetown, the East Bank, and the East Coast. They make up the 4 districts in District 4, and each of those districts have a supernumerary officer. That's the person who is in charge of the particular districts. They all report to a district returning officer, and for the purpose of tabulating results in these elections. There are 2 other regions in which there are sub-districts, and those are region number 3, which has 3 sub-districts, and region number 6, which has 3 sub-districts as well. All the other electoral districts are counted as a single district. So districts 1 to 10 are voting in these elections. As we've been mentioning, over 750,000 persons register to vote today. There are 65 seats in the National Assembly up for grabs, and the party with the largest amount of seats will form the new government. This is the newsroom, and you're watching our coverage of elections 2025.
I got a real problem, buddy. I want to vote on election day, but I got to work a 12-hour shift every day from Monday to Friday, from 6 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon, boy.
I got the same problem. I registered to vote in Kitty where I live in, and I walk in till up in Linden. And I only get Sunday for go home, and then back again Monday for work.
You know, truly speaking, the hours you work in and the place where you work should not
be. How come?
Listen, the law makes it absolutely clear that employers should give time off to their employees so as to vote. All you have to do is inform your employer that you need time off to exercise your constitutional right to vote.
For real? That's exactly what I can do.
Hey, me too, buddy.
Yeah.
I didn't do that so bad.
For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
Yo, Ricky, I hear that you can't cheat at elections, boy.
Yeah, boy, you can't cheat at elections, and if you try to cheat, you will be caught. When you are caught, you will be prosecuted in court, and if found guilty, you will go to jail and pay a big fine.
How did it catch me if I try to cheat?
GECOM has put in place several measures to identify persons who would attempt to cheat. As an ordinary voter, the measures that apply to you are ensuring that you cannot impersonate another voter, checking your fingers for the presence of indelible ink, and being scrutinized by the party agents who are stationed at the polling stations.
Well, yes, Ricky, you're right, boy. Nobody can cheat.
For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
Hey, Nick, why you look so sour, buddy?
Hey, Brooks, bro. I telling Fiona, let me do something to make a quick raise, but she ain't want to cooperate.
Well, fill me in, cause I broke myself.
I tell Sheila we sell we vote, but to do that, we have to take a photo of our ballot when we done vote.
And you won't get paid for that?
So here, bro. The man said they know somebody that can pay you when you show them a photo of the ballot paper that you vote for them party.
Well, bye. I in that with you, cause I need a raise too.
Well, the two of you are going to go ahead without me. Because first of all, GECOM say you have to turn off your phone when you're there in the polling station. And secondly, if you're found guilty selling your vote, you will have to pay a fine of $65,000 plus 6 months in jail. Right? So you're going to decide who paying the fine and who going to mind your children while you're in jail. Okay? And you, the Jagdish, you could go and explain that to your wife.
What? Pay a fine and go to jail too?
Nah, I'm not in that.
For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy. Election offences are actions that have been made illegal by law with a view to ensure that the elections are free, fair and transparent. Some election offences are voting more than once in the same election, voting or attempting to vote if you are not qualified to do so, voting in the name of another person, canvassing for voters or interfering with an elector within 200 yards of a polling station, removing or defacing a lawfully displayed official electoral notice or election materials, deliberately obstructing or interfering with the work of an election officer. Any person found guilty of an election offence may be fined and imprisoned. For some offences, a person may be disqualified from voting in future elections. Do not commit election offences. For more information, contact the GECOM on 225-027729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy. Monday, September 1, 2025 is Election Day. At the general election, electors will vote to elect the President and 65 members of the National Assembly. And at the regional election, electors will vote to elect members of the 10 regional democratic councils. Check the official list of electors that is being displayed at 2 prominent places in your area to ensure that you are correctly listed. It is your constitutional right and your civic duty to vote at the upcoming general and regional elections, providing you are listed in the official list of electors. Vote early on Election Day. For more information, contact the GECOM on 2250-27729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy. How to vote. Having been identified as the voter you claim to be, you will be given a ballot paper that is stamped at the back on the top section as well as the bottom section in your presence. On the ballot paper, provision is made for you to vote twice. Once at the top section where you vote for the general election and once at the bottom section where you vote for the regional election. Look for the name and symbol of the party of your choice in the top section of the ballot paper and mark your X in the empty box next to the party symbol. Then look for the name and symbol of the party of your choice in the bottom section and mark your X in the empty box next to the party's symbol. After you have voted, fold the ballot paper as shown by the election official, dip the first joint of your right index finger in the ink provided, then place the ballot paper in the ballot box. You will then have to peacefully depart the polling station. For more information, contact the GECOM on 2250-27729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
What's going on here, man? Why do the two of y'all look so gloomy?
Uncle Joe, you know thief man been in we house and thief all we valuables, including we ID card. Now election come wrong and we want to go vote. We ain't get no ID card to identify ourselves. No, we can't go vote.
Well, you need to apply to GECOM to have your ID cards replaced. But you need not worry that you won't be able to vote because you don't have your ID cards. GECOM has put other measures in place to accurately identify voters like you who may not have the ID cards.
But how they gonna do that? How they gonna know is we name on the list if we don't have ID to prove it?
In addition to your ID card, voters can present their valid passports or valid driver's license if they have these.
Really?
But further, GECOM has placed your photograph alongside your name on a folio which will be at the polling station. And if you go to the polling station without a photo ID, you will be asked to state your name and address. The elections official will look at your face and then compare it with the photo alongside your name on the folio to confirm that they are the same. Then you'll have to answer some questions to verify your identity. If the election official is satisfied that you are the person who you claim to be, you will be allowed to vote after taking an oath of identity.
So you get to vote?
For more information, contact the GECOM on 2250-27729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy. Monday, September 1, 2025 is Election Day. It is your constitutional right to vote at the elections, provided you are listed in the official list of electors. As a voter, you have certain rights. Example, the right to attend political meetings and rallies, know the various political parties and their stance on important national issues. Vote as your conscience tells you. You also have responsibilities which include voting only once for the general election and once for the regional election, respecting the voting rights of other electors, doing nothing to obstruct the election process. Vote early on Election Day for the political party of your choice. For more information, contact the GECOM on 2250-27729 or visit www.gecom.org.gy.
You're watching the newsroom. I'm Neil Marks. We've been covering elections 2025. We will take a break now and resume coverage shortly as incumbent President Dr. Irfan Ali votes.